Alright, cool. Fuck is it? Bitch, start playing music. You beat Botrix too. What the fuck? Oh wait, hold on. Wait, no, it tell me. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Huh. I hit level 100 today, possibly. Big W. Possibly. Maybe. Who knows? Who cares? Oh. That's it? Okay. I guess we can start skate the mining. Uh. Oh, hold on. At GUI location. I don't know why it keeps matching with straight men, that Duolicious app, but whatever. Actually, no, I can't start. Fuck. I can't start doing that. Never mind. I just realized I don't want to do it unless I have a black cat and full sorrow again. So I guess I'll just do more of this bullshit, I suppose. In it. Glad I got those carries for cat at 20. Well, because now I just realized I can get Felthorn Reaper. Unless that bitch is like $10 bajillion. Actually, not that bad. Hold on. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Flash and a huge art dealing melee damage. Deal. I don't think that's it, right? Guess so. But yeah, we finished that shit. Yeah, I guess it's just time to continue. I suppose. Like I said, once I get enough money for at least the black cat pet, then we should be good. Okay, so you can't hear me. Cool. Just making sure. My autism wants to watch a Amish podcast. Not an Amish podcast, but like an episode where somebody's getting interviewed that they left the Amish. Watched one yesterday and that shit was interesting as fuck. Don't you got a war to fight? Don't you gotta go get killed or something? Of course I've touched grass. Who else is gonna feed your mother? That bitch's a big ass cow. Got nothing else to say, pussy? Alright. Bye bye, bitch. That was certified epic style. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was it. What those dumbasses do is they'll come in, say that, and then immediately leave because it's, again, I don't give a shit about them. Bro's calling me fat. Meanwhile, he about to get sent out of a torpedo in a couple weeks. He I only wanted to get it. I mean, I might do it some more for the other shit. Like, let me go see what else is over here that I would genuinely want. Like, actually want and or need. Did I not buy a cookie? Oh, I did. Thank God I wasn't dumb. I had to think for a second. I'm like, please say I bought a cookie. Alright, increase mining system. Increase mining speed, increase your vitality. Not given anything else. Raw salmon, prismarine shard, sponge, large sack of good. Wow. 9 spaces, that's gigantic. Oh yeah. That should go. God damn, no shot. 70 mil? What the fuck? Yeah, I guess we ain't doing skate the mining. I mean, I could, but I would just have dog shit or magic find. Even though, yeah, obviously I'm gonna have dog shit magic find on this account, I just still don't want to fucking do it with actually dog shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do a pause on that because also I need to get a dataless axe. As well as a, matter of fact, day. Oh, those are 30 mil, that ain't bad. I might buy that next, actually. Level are you mobbed? Oh, by the way. Oh, she gonna be pissed at this. Mobbed. I'm not saying I found Leah, but I might have actually found Leah on this website. That's Leah. She's trans, bisexual, medical scribe. No, she ain't. Looking for long-term. She smokes, she drinks, she does drugs. Capricorn sometimes exercises. So see, the reason this could be her is because she she keeps having pictures of cats. Hi, I'm Leah. I play fighting F14 Magic the Gathering. I'm getting to Warhammer. Like anime, manga, and I collect retro games. See what I mean? Damn, this might be Leah. It's just trans. That don't matter to me. By the way, this is on the profile I'm trying to make. What is it? This is the profile I'm trying to be as Republican as I can. Keep that in mind. This is not the good. It's not the profile that. What is it? That I honor, or that I answered honestly on. Yes. I use my Maniac Miner ability. Oh, I can immediately back over here. Uh-oh. Leo has that emblem. Uh-oh. Leo, you know what that emblem means. Oh, Leo. Damn. I run out of hits. Damn. What you mean? What do you mean? What am I doing there? See, I don't even care about that. Oh, damn, this one's almost done. Damn! Alright, bitch, how low did you go? How low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you... How low can you go? How low can you go? How low... How can you... Oh, wait. I only need one more. Right there? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. Wait, matter of fact, let me check. Oh, that bitch cheap. Right there, yeah, do. I never thought I would see the day where I'm going back and using the Flower of Truth. This was like the best weapon back in 2020. Oh my fucking god. I sound like an old man just talking about how good this weapon was. Dog, I remember you'd be in a dungeon, you'd right click and instantly get full health. Every single time. Then they nerfed the healing. I'm like, why the fuck would y'all do that? Y'all ruin everything. Oh, damn it. Oh. Stop. On with the win. Holy shit, please. No, no double XP. Double XP scares me. I want to see how much a skate that is. They're the same fucking price. What the hell? Why the fuck did... Oh, whatever. Yeah, I don't even know if I would keep it, if I got it. Actually, this... Do y'all care if we watch a video? I don't know how many people are here anyway, but... If you know who it is, you'll be happy about this. Anybody know about Wendigoon? Hello, why did you find me, Ferdam? Why would platform? Y'all know who, basically, I'll show you. Give me a second. So he makes videos like these, where it's like, the Strange Comic, the Cryptid, the internet's favorite terrorist, the Unabomber's life, Whole Nightmare, the Mandela Catalog, the scariest disappearance ever covered, disturbing and controversial, the most disturbing human experiment ever. I want to watch that. I need to find more people that have these type of videos anyway. How you doing, Ferdam? Give me a sec. Okay, it's locked, unlocked, cool. Do y'all care about seeing the chatting game? Or should I do this again? It's right here. Good shit, Ferdam. Glad I don't have channel points here so you can't torture me. But I probably, and also, can't even do it anymore because, what is it? Can't even do it either because, copyright. Can't copyright here. Thank the Lord. Hold on.
1992, federal agents would get into a gunfight on a mountaintop known as Ruby Ridge in northern Idaho. What would follow this gunfight is an 11-day standoff that left 3 people dead, including a federal agent. The events that transpired over those 11 days would lead to one of the messiest trials and media controversies in federal history. And at the heart of it all was a several-year-long conflict between the federal government and a family tucked away in the mountains of northern Idaho, simply known as the Weavers. Hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the siege, standoff, controversy, and conspiracy of the Ruby Ridge incident. Now those of you that have been around the channel for a while or just know American history are probably already familiar with this event. Because of the teams involved and the incident itself, it shares a lot of similarities to the Waco siege of 1993, as well as other tragedies in American history like the Oklahoma City bombing. And if you are familiar with this case, then you probably know how messy it can get.
Bye-bye,
For those on the side of the Weavers, the narrative is that a group of good people who never asked for any trouble were simply attacked and murdered by federal agents. While those in support of the state's actions say that a group of dangerous radicals started a needless gunfight and killed a federal agent in the course of his duties. And I believe that, as with most things, the truth is somewhere in the middle. While I've been familiar with Ruby Ridge for several years at this point, in preparation for this video I watched a lot of interviews and read a lot of excerpts with people on either side of the conflict. And it's apparent to me that there's a lot of information that adds up and a lot of information that doesn't. So what I want to do is take you on a series of events and go through a timeline of when this all began to digging through the messy controversy of who's to blame. Because some parties in this event are certainly innocent and others are certainly guilty. So if all of that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we talk about one of the most controversial events in American federal history. But before we do that, you want to talk about something that isn't controversial? Like how cool the new murder limit are, or if food at the bottom of my thank you enough. It really does mean the world.
No free clout off my 3-viewer channel.
So if you're interested in checking these out and helping out the channel, it really does mean the most. Link in the description, get them while you can. And you know what? If you're gonna be miserable and listen to me describing a lot of people dying and everyone being really sad, you might as well do it on a full stomach. But you know what's not depressing?
God damn it. I don't think it's selling out. I think it's, hey man. Well, one was for his merch, so that doesn't count. To be fair, like, if you know who Game Grumps are, like Danny from Game Grumps say, like, calling people sellouts is for people that live with their parents and don't have money responsibilities. Like, I got medical bills. It ain't selling out. And shit, you calling him a sellout, wait till I get offers. Holy, y'all gonna hate me. The moment I get Raid Shadow Legend, we doing a 24-hour stream of just playing Raid.
We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, to understand the events of Ruby Ridge, we must first...
Oh, am I glad you're here, bitch. You thought you could escape. You fucking thought you could escape, huh? Huh, Leah? I found you on the 4chan site. You thought you could... You thought. Congrats on being trans. Congrats on all the partying you do. And being short. See, look. Cat. Already you. Leah. Play fighting games, F14, and Magic the Gathering. You're an anime fan, Leah? See what I mean? This is you, Leah. Congrats. Got him. Yay. Yeah. You are. Absolutely. Or wait, no, not that. Picture in picture.
First, understand the Weavers. More specifically, the father of the family, Randall Weaver. Randall, or Randy Weaver, was born to a small Iowa farming family on January the 3rd, 1948. By all accounts, Randy had a pretty normal upbringing that's not atypical of a small Christian family in the American Midwest. The first crucial moment in Randy's life, at least as it attributes to Ruby Ridge, would come when Randy was 20 years old. Then in 1968, Randy dropped out of the community college he was attending in order to join the military as the war in Vietnam was at its peak. So Randy enlists and eventually finds his way into the Demolition Combat Engineers course at Fort Bragg. For the next couple years, Randy continued to receive training, however, he was never actually shipped out to Vietnam. One of the first major points that the media gets wrong about Randy Weaver is they often say that he was a Green Beret and that he was a decorated war veteran. And while yes, Randy was in the military, he never actually went to war. As a matter of fact, in October of 1971, Randy received an honorable discharge from the military. And while it's not explicitly stated why Randy decided to leave the military, from what we see later in his life, it can be imagined that he grew anti-government sentiments during his time in the military, and perhaps he simply lost faith in what he was planning to fight for. 1 month after his discharge, in November of 1971, he would marry a girl from back home named Vicki Jordanson. From there, Randy spent a little while in college before he dropped out and got a job at the John Deere manufacturing facility in Iowa. And for a while, everything was perfectly normal. Randy was a guy who did some time in the military, now he just works at a factory. All is well and good. That is until Randy and Vicki, and more specifically Vicki, became more and more religious. Now for the record, if you're new to the channel, I am a Christian. I talk about it a lot in my videos. I, of course, don't think there's anything wrong with someone becoming more religious. However, it's the particular flavor of religious that seemed to be the issue. Because Vicki began to focus on details of Old Testament prophecy, and more specifically, details of coming revelation. While they would, by definition, be Christian, They weren't so much focused on the Jesus Christ of the New Testament as they were the fire and brimstone of the Old Testament. Because of that, Vicky began to focus on details of the coming tribulation and how Christians would have to fight back against the evils of the world. Because of this, and the fact that Randy and Vicky now had 3 children, Sarah, Samuel, and Rachel, they decided to find a plot of land where they could fortify their family and stay away from.
Parents gotta quit naming their kids after Bible characters, because I knew a Samuel that all he did was smoke weed and fight. That is not a biblical character.
The evils, as they saw it, of the outside world. So, in 1983, the Weaver family bought a 20-acre property in the mountains of northern Idaho, about 30 miles south of the Canadian border. They bought the 20-acre property for the price of $5,000 plus their moving van.
Hey, so this case has a lot of different ins and outs, and in the initial recording, I forgot to mention a few small facts or tidbits. So I'm periodically going to pop in here at the editing desk with some stuff I forgot to mention. The first thing being, according to Randy Weaver at least, the property they lived on wasn't actually Ruby Ridge. According to him, they were on a property called Caribou Ridge, and Ruby Ridge was the next peak over. However, once the media heard the word Ruby Ridge, I guess it just sounded, sexier or whatever.
I've been given a lot of shit on this profile.
They began to call the property Ruby Ridge, and to this day, for the rest of eternity, people are going to consider that ridge Ruby Ridge.
And for a year, the family lived at peace atop Ruby Ridge, and everything seemed to be fine. For a year. Because it would be in 1984 when their troubles would begin. In 1984, Randy would get into a property dispute with a neighbor who owned the adjoining property, a man named Terry Kinnison. There was some kind of spat between the two where one of them argued that this certain section of land was theirs, while the opposing side said that it was actually their land. This would eventually go to trial, and in the trial, Terry Kinnison lost and owed $2,100 in legal fees. Shortly after losing his trial, Terry Kinnison wrote a letter to the FBI saying that Randy Weaver wanted to kill Ronald Reagan, the governor of Idaho, and the Pope. And it was from this moment that the Weavers' troubles began. On February the 12th of 1980...
Doing that to Leah. Tell them, call the FBI and tell them that Leah's gonna place banana peels behind Biden.
Randall and Vicky were brought to the local sheriff's department where they were interrogated by the sheriff, 2 Secret Service members, and 2 FBI agents. Because, someone saying that you want to kill the president is typically frowned upon. Now, over the course of this interview, it became clear pretty quick that Randy wasn't actually planning to kill the president. And I don't know if you keep up with history a lot, but Randy Weaver didn't kill the president. And someone who's upset because they lost a legal battle telling the FBI that you're planning to do something is a pretty good alibi. However, it was over the course of this interview that the real troubles of the Weaver family would begin. That's because during this interview, Randy was asked about an associate of his named Frank Cumnick. That's because Frank was a member of an association known as the Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord. Now that organization is opening a whole can of worms in and of itself. For those that aren't aware, during the 1980s and 1990s, the federal government was concerned about a lot of domestic militia groups. Basically large groups of people who would get together, amass weapons, and hold anti-government sentiments. Some of these organizations became violent and would carry out attacks against government agencies. As a matter of fact, this group, the Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord, have a whole history of run-ins with the law that eventually culminated in a big standoff at their compound, another federal siege I'll maybe talk about one day. So while the FBI felt that the Reagan threat didn't mean anything, being associated with someone that's a part of a group the FBI is keeping an eye on certainly does. So while Randy and Vicky left that meeting with nothing concrete against them, the feds were definitely keeping an eye on them. And that would come full circle in July of 1986 when an undercover informant spotted Randy Weaver at a meeting for the Aryan Nations. And this is where all the controversy and he said, she said part of the case begins to take effect. So remember how I said there was a lot of militia groups in the United States at this time and some of them were violent? Well, the Aryan Nations were definitely one of those, some. And while things like white supremacy made their way into a lot of these clandestine groups, The Aryan nations, if you couldn't tell by the name, were explicitly founded on that principle. During this time, the feds had a lot of undercover agents at these Aryan nation meetings. Reason being, they were causing a lot of noise. Just previous to all this going down, a subset of the Aryan nations called the Order had carried out a series of destructive attacks against federal property and even murdered a Jewish talk show host. One of the departments that would do this was the ATF. ATF, as I've talked about before on the channel, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, regulates alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Since groups like the Aryan nations were moving a lot of guns, ATF agents were placed undercover to see if they could cause any arrest or disruption based on firearms charges. And it was in July of 1986 that one of these ATF informants, named Kenneth Fadley, at the time going under the alias of Gus Migazzano, would meet Randy Weaver at a meeting of Aryan nations. Now, this is where the first disparity arrives in information regarding Randy's involvement with Aryan nations and other dangerous groups of people. From the government's point of view, Randy Weaver was a member of the Aryan nations and helped them carry out a lot of their crimes, which included bank robberies, theft, attempted murder, etc. From the Weavers' narrative, Randy never agreed with the Aryan nations, but occasionally, because he had accomplices that were in the Aryan nations and needed favors from them, do odd jobs for them, etc., would begrudgingly attend meetings in order to get whatever job he needed done out of them. Now, from all the reading I've done, research on both sides, again, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. According to everything I've read, which is both the testimony of Randy as well as the federal informant, Randy was not a member of the Aryan nations. The Aryan nations were very particular about who was allowed in their group. They, kept logs of membership and what have you, and Randy never showed up on them. Furthermore, the federal informant said that over the course of 3 years, he saw Randy Weaver a total of 4 times. And that at these meetings, Randy would never actually enter the building or meeting itself and would simply hang out in the parking lot, talk to some people, then go home. Furthermore, the informant believed, up until the events we're going to talk about in a second, that Randy Weaver was never involved with any crimes that were taking place because of the Aryan nations. However, that being said, Randy Weaver held a lot of beliefs that were in line with Aryan nation doctrine. While he's never quoted as saying anything to support the harm of another group of people, he is seen in favor supporting the importance of his own. So while many state the narrative that Randy Weaver never joined with Aryan nations or some other fringe group because he didn't align with them, it seems more likely it's because he didn't want to be officially aligned with something that could put him on the government's radar. And while it is true, as the family stated, it seems that Randy was hard up for money. I mean, they were pretty self-sufficient up on top of Ruby Ridge and didn't need a ton of income. But for what little Randy did need, it seems he was willing to perform odd jobs with people here and there. So while that tracks that maybe he was trying to get business around these meetings, at the very least he was still willing to break bread with them. Now, why does this distinguishment matter? Why am I even bringing this up in the first place? Because it was Randy's involvement with the organization that would shape a lot of the federal government's behaviors moving forward. I think it's also important to paint a picture of the Weavers' mindset during all this to kind of outline what it seems their beliefs were. As mentioned earlier, it seems the Weavers took on a very Old Testament, brimstone and fire approach to the Bible.
I want to say something so cringy. I wanted to say, I did. The girl reading this.
Because of this, they were very focused on principles of the law, principles of the early covenant, and principles of God's people and everyone else. This can be seen in a lot of their writings and letters that they would put out to the media and the government, as well as signage that they put around their property. Rather than the Christian idea of being a follower of God and wanting to share that light with other people and bring other people to God, the Weavers had a much more us versus them mentality. Because of that, a lot of their praxis came down to sorts of paranoia. Rather than wanting to be kind and make peace with other people, they instead decided the best course of action was to fortify themselves and keep the rest of the world out. Now, of course, this doesn't mean they were entirely removed from society. As a matter of fact, in 1988, Randy would run for sheriff of Boundary County, as well as keep up with his mail at a P.O. box and local events. But what it does mean is as things became more intense, their mindset fed into the idea that this is what they had been planning for.
I also want to clarify, I kind of make it out to sound like the Weavers didn't know anyone and 100% kept to themselves. They did have friends like neighbors and people who lived in the area, but it was a very closed off tight group of people. So later in this video, when I mention their family friends and stuff like that, keep in mind they do have them, they're just very particular about who they're friends with.
In my Waco video, I spoke about one of the biggest misunderstandings the FBI had was that they could show brute force to a group of people who have spent their whole lives preparing for brute force. And we have a similar situation here. As this progresses, we're going to see that the government continues to use a hammer as their only tool against a group of people who have spent their entire lives preparing for a hammer. Also, side note, when Randy ran for sheriff, his whole platform that he was going to enforce the laws that people want to be enforced and not enforce the ones they don't want enforced. And as his little gimmick for the campaign, he would go around handing get out of jail free cards. Another reason I wanted to bring up
I'd vote for him. That's good.
that stuff about Randy Weaver is because I feel it's important given where the story goes from here. There's kind of this narrative regarding Ruby Ridge, and I don't think it's malicious in any way. Most people who I talk to about the story just don't know all of the details. I mean, I didn't know a lot of them before I started research for this video. But a lot of people prop up Randy Weaver as some kind of moral figure or completely clean individual who was just randomly targeted by the government for no reason. And I think it's important to point out the truth of Randy Weaver because in order to talk about the federal government's actions, which I will be very critical of here in a minute, I don't want the perception to come across that I am just making it a good versus bad debate. For full transparency, I do not like Randy Weaver. I think anyone who claims to be a Christian and then sets himself in a hole and is bitter to the outside world and looks at any other group of people as anything other than children of God is despicable, and I don't like it. So when I talk about how the feds continue to mess up as the story progresses, I am not doing so to proclaim the purity of Randy Weaver. I am doing so because I hold the federal government, the people who are paid to keep us safe, to a higher standard than some guy who lives in a mountain in Idaho. The people who protect us are supposed to be the exception, not the baseline. Especially in a situation like Ruby Ridge, where innocent children are involved in the midst of all of this. And given where this story goes in a bit, I think Randy Weaver could have been the most evil person in the world, and there's still room to criticize the government's actions. So anyway, clarification aside, after 3 years, the federal agent is invited by Randy Weaver to come to his house at Ruby Ridge. Randy, completely unaware that Fadley is an undercover agent and that his real name is Fadley, has Fadley over to his property and talks about how he's trying to build a compound to hold out against the end times. It was around this time that Hadley let Randy into his cover story. The cover story being that Hadley ran guns for Aryan nations and whoever else needed guns. Randy's interested in this and agrees to meet Hadley to discuss it over dinner. On October the 11th of 1989, this meeting between Hadley and Randy takes place. Hadley says that the hot new item on the street is short-barreled weapons. And Randy says if it can make him some money, Randy would be happy to produce them for Hadley. A couple weeks later, on October the 24th, Randy once again meets up with Hadley and delivers him 2 short-barreled shotguns. Hadley gives Randy $300 for the shotguns, saying he'll give him an additional $150 along with whatever other weapons Randy could get to him in the future, with Randy stating he would be willing to produce as many as 4 or 5 guns a week. And it was with the transfer of those shotguns and that exchange of money that Randy Weaver's fate was sealed. Now, it's not illegal to sell somebody a shotgun in the United States. However, it is illegal to make a short one. And if you're a normal, well-adjusted person who has no idea what I'm talking about, then let's take a brief moment to talk about the absurdity of federal firearms laws.
I also want to say, for YouTube, all the firearms you are about to see are airsoft, or fake, or a replica, or not real. So don't demonetize this video because there are fake guns there. Everything I'm showing is for educational purposes. Please.
So, you want to learn about firearms laws. That's a shame. To understand why Randy Weaver was arrested and why so many people latch on to the events of Ruby Ridge, we need to understand a little thing called the NFA. In 1934, the NFA, or National Firearms Act, was passed by the federal government. The purpose of the NFA was to regulate various firearms that were being employed by gangsters of the 1920s and 30s. The NFA came as a response to things like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. The two things that the NFA originally regulated was full auto weapons, or machine guns, and short-barreled rifles, or shotguns. Suppressors were added to it later down the line. For our purposes today, the only one we need to focus on is the short-barreled weapon clause. The law originally said that no rifle or shotgun could have a barrel length of less than 18 inches. The thought process behind this is that since gangsters are able to enter public spaces or transport weapons so easily, the weapon must now be longer than preferred carry or hideaway length or what have you. Basically, make it harder for them to conceal. Now, while shotguns are still regulated to 18 inches, eventually they would loosen up on rifles and regulate them at 16 inches. This was done in 1960, and many say it's because of things like the M1 carbine and popular military model rifles having a 16-inch barrel length. But the current law to this day, and at the time of the Ruby Ridge incident, is 16 inches on rifles and 18 inches on shotguns. The penalty for producing or having a weapon that is under the required barrel length is a $10,000 fine and up to 10 years in prison. Now, what you're probably thinking is, did this NFA actually prevent any crime? The answer is, nope. See, the NFA was written as a means to an issue of the time. They were worried about gangsters rolling up into buildings with sawed-off barreled full auto rifles, so they regulated those things. And sure, that would help with some arrest, because now when the police raided some stash location, they not only charged them for all of the stolen money and other crimes, but they could also charge them for possession of the guns themselves. But that worked for like a few days, and then all the criminals did was just not saw the barrels until they were about to commit the crime. Because if you're about to go on a rampage or hold up a bank, why do you care about short barrel laws? What is 10 years going to do when you're racking up multiple life sentences? So historically, the NFA has been used more so for getting people who are scraping the bottom of the barrel and do dumb stuff like, I don't know, agree to sell short-barreled shotguns to a federal informant. Now, that's all that the NFA applies to Weaver's story. Feel free to skip ahead till the background doesn't look like this and I'm not wearing the sarcastic shirt. But I think it's important to emphasize how ridiculous these laws can get, because it's one of the main reasons that the events of Ruby Ridge are viewed in the way they often are. So you may be asking yourself, that's cool, so the NFA was made in the 1930s.
So basically, it just makes it shorter. So like a short barrel, so I believe it also makes it to where whenever a gun, you shoot it, it goes faster. Because it doesn't have to go through that long barrel. The reason for it is, like you said back in the day, if you have a shorter barrel, one, you can hide it easier. Same thing with Dracos. Dracos are like mini AK-47s.
To kind of solve issues with gangsters and stuff like that. How does the NFA work with modern technology? You know, it's been like 100 years. Weapons have developed a lot. How has the NFA moved to accommodate those changes? And the answer is, it hasn't. And you may be thinking, oh, okay, so they don't enforce it anymore, right? And the answer is, yep. Let's look at an example of this. So back in the 30s...
What's going on here? Chilling, man. For outer mining and learning about people that got killed.
Most modern rifle platforms look something like this. You had a wood stock weapon and a very large action that shot a rifle round, right? It was either that or some kind of handgun. But now, in the modern age, technology has changed a lot. And a lot of weapons platforms have gone from looking like that to looking something like this. The mechanism of a modern weapon is completely different compared to what it was 100 years ago. A lot of innovation has happened, but sadly, the law hasn't kept up with it. So the whole point of the NFA originally was so that people wouldn't be able to conceal weapons, right? Of course, the caveat to that is the handgun. Handguns are incredibly small and concealable compared to something like a rifle, which, fun fact, the original versions of the NFA included pistols along with the machine guns and short-barreled weapons before it was removed, given that so many people have them and there would be an uproar over regulating them. So let's say I was to take a rifle like this, and say I was to cut the barrel about right here. That would land me in jail for 10 years. Or at least, up to 10 years. Now what if we take another weapon that uses the exact same action, has the exact same caliber, and a lot of similar features like this? These two, for those who aren't super familiar with Kalashnikov platforms, these two are effectively the same gun. There's differences, of course, for the nerds out there, things like, the gas block, specific platform, blah, 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 but these are both AKs. But if you'll notice, this one has a lot shorter barrel than this one. Now, a second ago, I said if I cut this AK's barrel down, that puts me in jail for 10 years, so how is this one fine? Because legally, this one is a pistol. According to modern law, these two things are the exact same. So if I was to take this stock and put it over on this one, guess what I get? That's right, 10 years. Because according to the NFA, by putting a stock on this pistol, I have now manufactured an illegal short-barreled rifle. However, it doesn't stop there. It is also qualified as an illegal short-barreled rifle if the overall length of the weapon is less than 26 inches. So you can have a legal barrel length and do everything in your power to follow the law, but oh look, your buttstock was an inch too short. Guess that's 10 years. Sorry. I have seen ATF agents pull out measuring tapes on people to see if they're going to jail or not. People who try to follow the law, and even the absurdity of laws like this, are often regulated and checked to see if they're now a felon. That's not even getting into the fact that the ATF arbitrarily makes different decisions. They'll sell something and say it's totally legal.
I wish, but we are way too deep for that to ever happen.
For a decade before saying actually that's illegal, and if you don't turn it in right now, that's jail for you.
And that's not even the entire puzzle when it comes to this stuff. Like, for example, if you take a pistol like this and say I was to put a foregrip on it so I can hold the gun like this, that is also a felony. That short AK I was pointing at earlier, if I decide to put a foregrip on it, jail. Also, if I take a gun like this, and remember the whole point of the NFA, theoretically at least, is to make the gun less concealable. So if I take a pistol like this and I put a stock on it, which makes the gun much less concealable, it more than doubles the length of it. If I put a stock on this, that's also jail, because I have now manufactured a short barrel rifle. And here's the worst part about all of this, right? So let's go along with the ATF for a second and pretend that having a short barreled weapon just fills you with some kind of need to hurt people, right? Okay. If it actually was a law to protect people, then why can you pay $200 and just get by? That is right. If you pay a $200 tax stamp to the ATF, you can get approved to make any one weapon have a suppressor, have a short barrel, what have you. And yeah, like I said earlier, the reason this was originally done is so that they could catch people on charges theoretically before a crime's committed, even though it doesn't work in practice like that. But why is something that can be circumvented for $200 such a harsh penalty? Why does the $200 get you out of 10 years in prison instead of something like a fine? If this was just a weird law in the books that wasn't enforced and no one's life was ruined because of it, who cares, right? But lives are ruined over this time and time again. So yeah, in short, repeal the NFA.
And SBR and SBS laws are just a small piece of the ridiculous puzzle. There are laws requiring you to have American-made components inside of foreign imported guns, or otherwise it's contraband. There are laws regulating not machine guns, but guns whose mechanism makes it likely if you wanted to break the law, it would be kind of easy to make it a machine gun. There's regulations against those. It got so bad a couple years ago that arm braces, things that you could put on pistols in order to effectively make them stocks. The ATF said they were fine, and then they said that they weren't fine, and then they said that they were fine, just don't touch them to your shoulder, and then they said they weren't fine again. Well, of course, firearms regulations like this aren't as important or as devastating as things we're going to talk about the ATF and marshals doing to the Weaver family here in a bit. It is merely a foot in the door, but that foot in the door can lead to a lot of tragedy. Now, the reason I bring all of that up isn't just to discuss the ridiculousness of these laws, although that is part of it. It's because the breaking of these laws is what led to everything that would happen afterwards, at least officially. The other reason I want to mention it is, again, the absurdity of these laws is what leads so many people to be sympathetic of Randy Weaver. Anyone who works with firearms has to put up with things like that constantly. So to look at Randy's position and see someone who suffered as much as he did over the same laws, of course it's easy to feel sympathy for him. At least when you focus on Randy the victim and not everything that led up to that victimhood. Now, in reality, was the weapons charge really a way to get a guy just because he sawed off a shotgun barrel? Or was it a way to get someone who was tied to groups like the Aryan Nations and willing to manufacture weapons for them? Kind of like getting Al Capone on tax evasion. While the latter is more than likely true, it's hard to tell considering the government has shown in the past that they will do equal and further dramatic actions over trivial laws. For a lot of people, especially those who come into this case just looking at the end result, it's hard to not perceive Randy as a hopeless victim considering how much the government dressed like an attacker. There's a reason that this story has the reputation it does. So on October the 24th of 1989, Randy delivers the 2 sawn-off shotguns to the federal informant. The informant turns that into the ATF and the ATF begins to draft charges. Shortly after Fadley makes his report to the ATF, another informant by the name of Rico Valentino informs Randy that Fadley's an undercover agent. I have no idea what kind of internal politics were going on to allow a situation like that to happen, but it did, and Randy confronted Fadley, yelling at him, saying that he knows he's a cop. Fadley then left and never made contact with Weaver again. The ATF spends several months drafting their profile of Randy. And it's here that they begin to smudge the facts a bit. In the ATF reports of Randy, they mention that he is a person of interest in various bank robbings and other crimes committed by Aryan Nations and other militia groups in the region. Even though there was no evidence of this and the informant never indicated that there was any proof Randy was involved in those crimes, the ATF began to add those details to the report in order to embellish the narrative. Because the higher risk Randy seems to be, the more resources can be exhausted in order to arrest him. However, because of the whole incident with Fadley, the ATF no longer have an informant. So, given the fact that Randy has no criminal history, has theoretically worked with law enforcement before considering he was running for sheriff, and has a military background, the feds decide to see if Randy will become their snitch. On June the 12th of 1990, federal agents came to Randy Weaver asking him to be their informant, and Randy replied by telling them where they can shove that offer. Not only that, but immediately after being asked, Randy sent letters to various people that he had contacts with in Aryan Nations and other groups, letting them know that the feds are trying to get an informant. This further angered the ATF because even if he wasn't doing it out of a love for the Aryan Nations, and was more so doing it out of a hatred for the government, he's still doing a lot to help the Aryan Nations along. So in December of 1990, over a year since the actual crime was committed, charges were drafted accusing Randy of allegedly selling 2 short-barreled shotguns to an undercover informant. The ATF was afraid of approaching Randy at his house to arrest him. So instead, they pose as a group of motorists whose car had broken down at the base of Ruby Ridge. Randy and Vicky drive down to help the group of people out, and as soon as Randy leans over the hood, they pull their weapons and arrest both Randy and Vicky. As he was being arrested, Randy said, "Haha, good trick, you won't get me with that one again." So on January the 17th of 1991, Randy Weaver is arrested and charged. Because the crimes he was being charged with were non-violent and he didn't seem to be a flight risk, he was released on bail with the trial date set for February the 19th of 1991. And here we get another disparity in the events of Ruby Ridge. Randy met with his probation officer and lawyer 1 time each. Randy was fed up with any kind of bureaucrat at this point and didn't want to talk to him, so he just told them to send him a letter when they needed to speak to him. Shortly after the court date was set, the date was moved from February the 19th to February the 20th to allow more travel time for people.
Ain't this you, Sempus? Ain't this you? Ain't that you? Go to this part though. That's you. My fat ass and not doing. Lost your goddamn mind. I'm in my comfy spot.
Attending the trial, given that it was short.
Oh, by the way, Sempus, if you don't know what that is a website I'm testing out. So basically, some dude on 4chan made a dating website. You answer a bunch of questions, and it matches you with people that you have a lot in common with. So on one profile, I'm just trying to make the most Republican person I can.
After a federal holiday. So okay, the date gets pushed back one day. No big deal. Well, it wouldn't have been a big deal had Randy's probation officer not sent him a letter saying that the court date was not moved by one day, but instead by 1 month and 1 day. The letter from the probation officer said that the court date had been moved.
It literally asked, do you think black people are treated wrongly by the police? So it's probably gonna go there, yeah. And much love. You look like you're in the state that's behind my state in education, so L.
Moved to March the 20th. More letters were sent to Randy correcting the date after this mistake was discovered, but it seems that Randy didn't check his P.O. box up until after the date of February the 20th. When February the 20th passes and Randy didn't appear at the court date that he didn't know he was supposed to be at, Randy was then charged with failure.
He lives in West Virginia. They're 50th in United States education. South Carolina's in 49th place. So technically I'm smarter than him. Fuck him.
To appear in court. Randy's defense attorney pleaded with the judge that if Randy shows up by March the 20th, that the failure to appear in court will be dropped. But the judge isn't having it, and on March the 14th, he is officially charged and now considered a fugitive from justice. This does seem a bit extreme from the judge's point of view, right? An individual was given the wrong date, so when he doesn't show up on the correct date that you didn't tell him about, you charge him with failure to appear.
Now, I will say it can be argued that the responsibility of Weaver falls on his legal team. Again, I feel the judge should have had some level of leniency because it was Weaver's defense that messed up, not Weaver. But it also seems that Weaver's defense messed up a lot. Like, for example, at one point, Weaver's lawyer told him if he lost the trial, they would lose their home and property. And that just flat out wasn't true.
The one piece of, I guess, credit you could give the judge for his reasoning to go ahead and charge Randy anyway is there were some contributing factors implying that Randy never planned to appear in court in the first place. For example, after his initial arrest, he just quit coming off the mountain. And any level of paranoia he had before was cranked up to 1,000,000 when a guy he trusted turned out to be a federal informant, and then he was arrested by 3 people parked on the side of the road that he was going to help. And also, in addition to that, so Vicky Weaver, who was also arrested along with Randy on January the 17th, was slightly perturbed by the federal government, if you could imagine, after getting arrested and her husband being charged. So, in between, in between the time of their arrest and Randy's court date, she sent a couple of letters to the U.S. Attorney's Office for Idaho, but the letters were addressed to the entirety of the United States government. And in those letters, for one, she opens by addressing it to the quote, servants of the Queen of Babylon. And some excerpts from those letters include, we, the Weaver family, have been shown by our Savior and King, Yahshua, the Messiah of Saxon Israel, that we are to stay separated on this mountain and not leave. We will obey our lawgiver and king. Whether we live or whether we die, we will not obey your lawless government. Because of that last line, especially, a lot of people in government believe that Randy never planned to appear in court in the first place. And to further increase the distrust of the Weaver family, another line from that same letter reads, a long forgotten wind is starting to blow. Do you hear the approaching thunder? It is that of the awakened Saxon. War is upon the land. The tyrant's blood will flow. Now, what she probably meant by that last part, she's like invoking a lot of biblical imagery or whatnot. But because again, as we talked about earlier, very Old Testament, very, you know, doomsday, brimstone, what have you. What she's doing there is talking about like when God comes back, when the rapture happens, they're gonna get what's coming to them. But that's not how the government read it. The government read, the tyrant's blood will flow, and effectively took that to mean intent. Now, regardless of
Motherfucker, why am I using whatever?
If you see Vicky's letters as either intent to not show up to court and intent to hurt federal agents, or you see it as the 1991 equivalent of your drunk aunt on Facebook, I think it's safe to say charging Randy with failure to appear in court when he was not given the correct court date is ridiculous outright. Simply because that's not how laws work. If someone says, I'm not going to appear in court, we don't charge them with failure to appear in court until they actually don't appear in court. And yes, technically, Randy didn't because he didn't show up on February the 20th, but he was never told February the 20th. He was told March the 20th. Everything I'm talking about would get heavily scrutinized and ran over 1,000 times in the court trials to follow. So anyway, Randy's attorney begins to write letters to him explaining the situation and telling him that Randy needs to come down to make peace with local law enforcement. At this point, Randy is full bore convinced that there is some kind of conspiracy against him. Because he gets arrested by undercover cops.
I'm gonna go get some
and then he's
Pepto
given a court
Bismol.
date,
Give me a second.
and then they tell him actually he doesn't have to show up on that day, he can show up at this day instead. And then he's told, because you didn't show up on that original day, you're going to jail. On March the 11th, Randy's attorney gets two neighbors of the Weavers, who are friends with the Weavers, to go up the mountain and ask Randy what he wants to do. Randy sends them back with a letter giving out his list of demands for him to come back down the mountain. Things in this list include he wants his pistol back that was taken from him when he was arrested by the undercover agents. He wants the charge regarding failure to appear to be dropped, and he wants the judge to apologize to him for at one point calling him paranoid. Now, while this was originally the ATF's case because it involved the manufacturing of short-barreled shotguns, Randy is now a fugitive from justice, so the ATF passes the case off to the United States Marshals. When the ATF passes off the case to the Marshals, the report or psychological evaluation or what have you of Randy Weaver is pretty dumb. Not only do they include things I mentioned earlier, like they think he has, you know, connections to a lot of bank robberies or other crimes that have occurred, but they just get stuff wrong. Like at several points in the description of Randy, it refers to him as Mr. Randall, confusing his last name to be Randall. So the Marshals enter the scenario thinking they're dealing.
Alright, so my grandma just informed me that we got a tornado thing, something. Heck. The reason I'm letting y'all know is just in case I immediately, like, get off stream. Is, because my power got cut off. So just for an hour. Okay. What I gotta do with America? I gotta do.
With a combatant who's ready to kill at a moment's notice. To give you an idea for how long things take in government as well, when the ATF passed the case over to the marshals, it took an entire year before the marshals actually did anything. They spent a year in technicalities and planning and stuff like that, and during that entire time, Randy maybe occasionally came down from the mountain, but for the most part just lived up there with a warrant for his arrest. The first thing the marshals tried was on March the 4th of 1992, when two marshals simply walked up to the property and told Weaver there was a warrant for his arrest. Weaver, who had a rifle over his back, told the two men that they were trespassing on private property and to get lost, and the men just drove off the property without incident. After this, the marshals began something that they called Operation Northern Exposure. This was a mass surveillance campaign on the Weaver household. The marshals planted cameras and microphones all over properties in and around the Weaver residence. They would do this by quite literally sneaking in camouflage at night, setting up cameras, and then leaving before being spotted. A lot of the images and videos you see of the Weavers, both just standing outside of their house or playing or running from gunfire or what have you, were taken with these surveillance cameras. This observation would continue for 4 months, with the marshals not only checking in on the camera's feed every day, but occasionally performing missions onto the Weavers' property to get more information about the household. And it's from here that a lot of aspects of the Weavers' lives were made known to investigators. At this time, the Weavers' oldest daughter, Sarah, was 16, their son Samuel was 14, their daughter Rachel was 10, and they just had a baby 10 months earlier named Elisheba, a young girl. The Weavers
Elisheba? Sounds like how the Sims speak. Elisheba Bukanu.
had a lot of animals, from chickens to horses, and the daughters would often ride the horses while Randy and his son Samuel would play together or shoot guns around the house. Vicky, who was still nursing the 10-month-old child, would normally stay with the children while Randy performed most of the work around the house. It seemed that they were entirely self-sufficient. They grew their own crops, they had a well on the property that allowed for clean water. The kids were homeschooled, as you could imagine, so day in and day out, they just went about their activities and chores amongst each other. Randy had a particular tinge of paranoia about him. Not only did he travel everywhere with a rifle over his back, but anytime a vehicle would get too close to the bottom of a hill, Randy would freak out and take a defensive position behind a rock or a tree until the noise went away. He was constantly paranoid that someone was watching him, and as it turned out, they were. This paranoia was fueled further on May the 5th when one of the Weaver family members discovered one of the hidden cameras. From here, Weaver became much more tactical in all of his planning. While it was regular for when any of the Weaver family members left the perimeter of the house, they would always bring a gun with them for fear of a bear or mountain lion, the demeanor of the house noticeably shifted. Less time was spent outside than need be, and again, Randy seemed to be much more paranoid. Or I guess paranoid isn't the right word if they're actually coming to get you. Much more defensive, we'll say. It was also around this time that a friend of Randy's named Kevin Harris began to stay at Ruby Ridge with them. Kevin Harris was a younger guy, in his mid-20s at the time all of this went down. Harris also had no affiliations with the Aryan
what?
Nations or any other group of radicals. Instead, he was just a friend of Randy's. Years back, when Harris was a teenager, he stayed with Randy and Vicky for a while. So seemingly, because Randy was paranoid as to who he could trust, he invited an old friend to help him keep watch of the house.
Is that more better? It still looks like shit because my camera is shit. But thank you. Cause you know what I did, right, Zinks? That's swag right there, baby. Look at that. This is Minecraft, dude. It's called effects. I could make that later. Fuck it.
Anytime there was a noise or something was amiss around the house, Harris and Randy could be seen stepping out on the porch with rifles over their shoulder, looking for what was the matter. And for months, this was the routine. The 7 people within the house maintained their shifts, I guess except the baby, but the 6 other people maintained their shifts, going about their chores, keeping a watchful eye for anyone who may approach. Later testimonials from the family would say that they were aware of the danger Randy was in, you know, being a fugitive from justice and all, but they figured no one would hurt them or no real danger would befall if they just stayed on the mountaintop. That if society doesn't want them to participate in it, they'll simply remove themselves from society. And seemingly they were content.
But do they know we live in a society?
On maintaining that position for the rest of their lives. That is until the events of August the 21st. Because if you don't know anything else about the Ruby Ridge incident, you know about the events of August the 21st and August the 22nd, 1992. Now, the events of August the 21st are heavily debated and complicated, so I thought it would be easier to make a stupid little map. See, I got like a river over here, and then trees over there. I guess the trees don't have like trunks, so they're more of like bushes, but because this is an aerial view looking down, you wouldn't see the trunks, so it's really a more accurate tree if you think about it. Anyway, I do want to emphasize that this is in no way accurate and can't even be qualified as a guess. This is just a diagram to show you particular moments when important things happened. I have no idea if this is where the trails go. They could go that way. They could go that way. I know people walked in these areas relative to each other, so I made up a direction they might have walked. This is more of a vision, really. But imagine this as an aerial view with the Weaver cabin in the middle, the slope down to the roadway and getting off of Ruby Ridge is down here, and this area behind the cabin is elevated above it, higher ridge lines behind the cabin itself. So the US Marshals were so cautious and complicated about the way they were going to arrest Randy that they had theorized maybe they could purchase a piece of property somewhere around here and then have 2 marshals undercover as a husband and wife move into the area to get close to Randy and then eventually arrest him. Apparently that plan had been tentatively approved, so some records say that the mission on August the 21st was to do reconnaissance for that, while others say it was just a standard part of their operation. As mentioned, they would go onto the Weaver property, set up surveillance cameras, do recon, and then ditch. It should also be noted that...
Alright, cool. So since it's about to be like the... What is it? Since it's about to be the end of whatever the fuck this dumbass mayor's name is, I'm gonna go start gold mining just so I can get some XP. I don't know what the fuck I just heard, but I'm gonna ignore it. I didn't hear shit.
they weren't doing these reconnaissance missions in police uniforms or anything to identify themselves as cops. Instead, they were doing it in full camouflage with rifles and night vision goggles. That detail will be important when we get to the nuance of the events. Also, one of the reasons they were going in so armed to the teeth, other than, what they saw in the surveillance cameras, is on April the 18th, one day after they set up their cameras, someone reported to someone else at the Marshal Service that Randy was shooting at helicopters. More specifically, that he was shooting at one of Geraldo Rivera's helicopters. No one has ever found the source of this information. The Rivera team never reported it. Randy denies it. So who knows where that came from? But these guys were afraid if they were spotted at all that they would be like a helicopter and be shot at. At 4:30 a.m. on Friday, August the 21st, 6 U.S. Marshals made entry onto the Weaver property. For the sake of this diagram, we'll say they entered here. The 6 men split into 2 teams. One team takes off an overwatch position above the
Too mad.
Weaver cabin, and their other team, the 3 men who are their reconnaissance element, continues operations on the lower altitude side of the cabin itself. This goes on for a couple hours in the early morning before the recce element links up with their OP element. It seems that here the 6 men share information with each other before they begin to fall back from the property. With the reconnaissance team continuing on their swing over to the right side of the cabin, at least right side in this diagram, and the overwatch position goes back the way they came. Now, I don't know whose idea this next thing I'm about to say was. What's wild is everything I've said so far, pretty uncontested on both sides. And for some reason, this next part is also uncontested, although the Fed should really reconsider. One of the agents in the reconnaissance element decided to throw rocks at the cabin to test the reaction of the Weaver's dog. The Weavers had this really big lab mix dog whose name was Striker. So the recce team wanted to see if Striker would react to throwing rocks at the house. I don't know who that benefits, what that does. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Surprisingly enough, it's not the dumbest thing in this story. That will come later. But it's a close second. So from about 200 yards away from the cabin, they begin throwing rocks at the cabin itself. Now, here's our first divergence. The Marshals would later say that the reason Striker became alerted to the reconnaissance team is that Striker was already making his way outside as they heard a vehicle approaching. Along with Striker came the 3 men in the cabin, or 2 men and young boy, Samuel Weaver. However, what everyone else says, and what I think is much more likely, is that when testing if dogs react to you throwing rocks at them, the answer is yes. Striker begins to take off towards the team of agents. The fact that Striker ran that direction further proves the point that he probably wasn't hearing the car, he was hearing the people throwing rocks at him. The reconnaissance element, afraid of being spotted, even though their behavior would indicate otherwise, continue to make their way back down towards the lower altitude end of the cabin, with Striker hot on their trail. Again, the 3 people who are now outside of the cabin with Striker are Randy, his son Samuel, and Harris. They are none the wiser to federal agents being this close to them. When they hear Striker begin to bark and chase something, they assume it's some kind of animal. So the men take their rifles and run outside and hope that Striker has caught some kind of deer or game animal because they had just ran out of meat in the cabin. That's another thing of note that I'll probably forget to mention as I continue talking about this. Over the course of the siege, the entire Weaver family had almost nothing to eat. Randy tells Samuel and Harris to chase after Striker while Randy follows the trail. He would later make comments that he didn't want to chase after Striker directly because there wasn't a trail there, or it was a rough trail and he was getting too old for that. So Sam and Harris begin to follow in the direction that Striker is running. As you can probably think looking at this diagram, that's a bad sign. Randy begins to make his way down the more established trail, heading to a point that he thinks Striker will wind up at. Again, I'm making up all these trails. Maybe like these two intersect at some point, so Randy's heading down there. I don't know. What happens instead is Randy runs into the 3 people in the observation team that are also making their way down the mountain. So at some point, these two cross paths. So Randy is jogging down the hill when all of a sudden, someone holding a rifle and dressed in full camouflage stands up, points a gun at him, and says, "Freeze, Randy." Randy immediately recognizes this as a federal agent. Randy does not fire upon the federal agent or attempt to get his gun off of his shoulder. Either that be because he didn't think he would win the draw, or he didn't want to kill him. I'll let you decide. But what Randy does do is say "F you" and then begin sprinting back up the hill. As this is happening, the recce team, being chased by Stryker, makes their way down to a junction at the bottom of the hill known as the Y. It was called this because it was a literal Y in the trail, and in the trials that would follow, the incident at the Y was a large point of contention. Now, we know that Stryker, Sam, Harris, and the 3 men in the reconnaissance team all made it to the Y. And from there is where it gets messy. The US Marshals would claim for over a year that Sam and Harris were the instigators in what was about to happen, and that everything they did was in accordance with standard procedure. However, the series of events that I'm going to tell is the series of events that was eventually determined to be most likely in the trials that followed. Because the Fed side of this changed faces a lot and kept coming out to different conclusions, different series of events, whereas the Weaver side of it stayed pretty consistent and also made the most sense with evidence that was found at the trail. So going off of that narrative, and this is the narrative that a jury would eventually agree to, the reconnaissance team attempted to hide in the roadside along the Y. Stryker, still seeing the reconnaissance team, makes a beeline directly for them, again with Sam and Harris right behind him. It seems that what most likely happened is, in order to not be seen, I guess, one of the federal agents shot Stryker. Again, insert meme about feds shooting dogs. Now, this is the big point of contention in all of this that shapes a lot of what happened moving forward. The federal agents never identified themselves as federal agents. Sure, it seems that Randy made the call when he ran into them, but these two over here probably aren't thinking about that. They're thinking about what animal they're going to run into, then all of a sudden there's a gunshot and the dog is dead. Because the federal agents never identified themselves, all that these two saw was a guy in camo shoot their dog. Randy's testimony would later attest to this, as he said,
A mining level. Feels the best for, is it? Feels the, I think it's the best for a mining XP. I'm not sure, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm 97 now.
When he turned to sprint, he heard a gunshot and then Stryker yelp. This seems to be, although not explicitly said, but it seems to be the reason that the Overwatch team didn't try to chase Weaver back up the trail. Now, it could also be because they were afraid he was gonna, run up there, then turn around and shoot him or what have you. But I believe after hearing the gunshot, they ran over here to reinforce their reconnaissance team. As soon as Stryker was shot, 14-year-old Samuel Weaver saw the man who shot his dog and said, "You shot my dog, you son of a bitch," as he raised his rifle and fired 3 rounds, according to most reports, at the man who did it. A federal agent raised his gun in return. By forensic reports, it was most likely William Deegan, raised his gun and fired, shooting Sam in the arm. As soon as Sam is hit, he turns his back.
Oh, what? Why the fuck you spamming, dude? You can clearly see in the right-hand side how many coins I got.
Away from the federal agents and begins to run backwards to where Harris was. Sam had got a little bit in front of Harris, so Sam is around here and Harris is more back here. As soon as Harris sees Sam get shot, he raises his rifle and shoots at the guy who just shot Sam. That round fired.
Do you bet? Because comfortable, man. play in bed, wouldn't you?
From Harris's gun went into the chest of U.S. Marshal William Deegan, and Deegan fell to the ground dead. The first death at Ruby Ridge, and sadly, not the last. The three agents began returning fire, and in the course of this, someone shot the retreating Samuel Weaver in the back. And with that, 14-year-old Samuel Weaver fell dead at the Y.
I love Wendigoon. Definitely helpful with moments like this where doing boring shit. I need a video to watch. Love watching this shit.
500 yards away from his home. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the distance of this engagement was. The way it's described, this makes it look like they're 10 feet from each other. Realistically, I think they were more like maybe 50 yards from each other, something like that. Definitely, you know, close enough for gunfighting distance, but far enough that the two surviving agents have a chance to hunker down and not immediately be in fear of being shot. This is further supported because Harris only fires a couple more rounds before he checks Sam's body,
Trust me,
sees
I
that Sam
know,
is
I
dead,
love them.
and books it back towards the cabin. If you'll remember, I mentioned earlier, pretty much every member of the Weaver family took a gun with them when they left the home. One of the reasons they did this, other than animals, is they had a code between them that if anyone was ever lost, they can fire a gun in the air and other people will know to come that direction. When Randy had ran into the federal agents down here, he ran back towards the cabin and began yelling, "Ambush." After Randy heard the gunshots at the Y, he began firing his shotgun into the air in order to signal back to Harris and Sam where to run in case they get turned around. So eventually, both Harris and Randy make their way back to the cabin. And as soon as they get there, Harris releases the news that Sam's been killed. The reaction by the family is as can be expected. Vicky screaming, crying, Randy desolate, the girls not knowing what to do. Even hearing some of them talk about it to this day, it's still overwhelming to them that their brother died in such a horrific manner. Regardless of how you feel about Weaver or the feds or anyone involved in this story, I think we can all agree that the real tragedy of it all falls on the kids. This all occurred around 10:30 a.m. Shortly after this, it seems that all 6 or 5 now remaining men of the Marshals team link up. 2 of them head to a local neighbor's house and call not only the Marshals department, but the local police in order to request assistance.
Trust me, you weren't here when I was on my main account doing 1 billion gold. Y'all should be thankful.
Now, here's an important detail about everything involving the federal agents. They told the police, as well as eventually the FBI and their home office, that one of their agents had been killed, but never said anything about one of the Weavers being killed. As a matter of fact, they would go on to state several times in trials after this that they didn't know Sammy Weaver had been killed. Now that is possible, gunfights can be hectic, but until the events we're going to talk about later, that option was never even considered. The Marshals also did not mention the fact, again until later in trial, that they were chased by the dog, took up positions, and began fighting back. The narrative was in—
What do you mean, why not in magma? Because I'm only doing this right now for levels. That's why. I'm gonna do this a little bit before the mayor ends, so I can have some mining levels.
Instead, that the Marshals were doing their recon and were attacked by the Weavers, resulting in the death of an agent. They also used language to imply that the gunfight was still going on and they were still being held down, which would imply there was a lot more people and a lot more manpower on the Weaver side than were actually at the cabin. If you're being held down for over an hour, there are hundreds, if not thousands of rounds with shell casings expelled all over the ground and trees in the area torn to shreds. The details of what actually happened at the Y would come up later in the story, but we'll get to that. The call to 911 is made around 11:20 a.m. Because of the level of complexity, considering who all is involved, how many channels it had to go through, the local police wouldn't show up to assist the Marshals until 8:30 p.m. Between the time of the call and the Marshals showing up, Vicky Weaver decides in the cabin that she's going to go get her boy's body. So, as dangerous as it is, considering the Marshals were right there shooting at them a minute ago, Perhaps the Weavers consider that that was during a gunfight, and if they simply walk out, they won't be shot at. So, Randy and Vicky make their way back to the Y, where they recovered their son's body. Knowing that they're still under surveillance and likely won't be able to bury him right now, they place him in a small shed.
Oh, I hear that thunder, baby. If my my power goes out, I'ma just wait out the thunderstorm or whatever, and then I'll get back online.
Out behind their cabin. As the family continues to mourn the loss, local police show up, get the body of Deegan out of there, and return back to the base at the bottom of Ruby Ridge around 1 a.m. Now, again, the series of events that I just described are the way that it would come out at the end of all of this. But the narrative at this time is that marshals were checking out the property, one of them got gunned down, and the Weavers are thirsty for blood. It's because of that the FBI took such extreme measures that we're going to talk about in just a second. Following this, the siege at Ruby Ridge exploded. Now, it wasn't just a guy who had a warrant for his arrest and wouldn't leave his house. Now, it was a group of people who killed a federal agent. Immediately, neighbors were evacuated from their homes and all roads in and out of the area were shut down. Anytime a federal agent is killed, it immediately becomes the FBI's case. So now, for the second time in this story, one government agency passes it off to another when the US Marshals pass the case to the FBI. The narrative that was given to the FBI was that a group of dangerous militant members knowingly fired on and killed a federal agent, and that non-combatants within the house, in other words, Vicky and the children, could be hostages held captive by Weaver and Harris, and that the marshals don't know how many people may be in the cabin at this time. Because of this, the FBI's response was extremely aggressive. For one, the FBI sent in the Hostage Rescue Team, or HRT, a group trained and usually tasked with saving hostages from active shooter scenarios. The HRT arrive at the mobile base at the bottom of Ruby Ridge at 4:45 a.m. in the early morning hours of Saturday, August 22nd. FBI agent Gene Glenn, who oversaw the operation, arrived a few hours earlier and began setting up checkpoints and different positions for FBI team members. The governor of Idaho declared the situation a state of emergency, which allowed the FBI and local law enforcement to employ things from the Idaho National Guard. What this meant is that local agents now began to employ things like helicopters and armored personnel carriers to the base of Ruby Ridge. Due to the information the FBI was given that the individuals in the cabin may
My boy, you see me mining? Why the fuck would I carry you?
take the rest of the family as hostages and that they're knowingly just trying to kill as many federal agents as they can, the FBI employed a set of very controversial rules of engagement. Now, for those that don't know, rules of engagement is effectively the rules an officer...
Why not? Okay. Suck my dick. Why not?
or soldier or what have you have to follow in order to engage the enemy. What this typically looks like, for example, United States police officers, is a police officer is not allowed to use lethal force unless they believe their life or the life of someone else is in immediate danger. So if you go up and start talking to a guy and you see a gun on his hip, you can't just pull your gun and shoot him, but say that guy gets mad and then pulls the gun and starts to point it at someone, then you can probably shoot him. You only take the life of another individual in the moments that would save another life. Now, of course, these rules in, say, the military or active war zones are much different. In cases where it's already understood that enemy forces are hostile, it could be something like if you see someone with a gun, not necessarily pointing it at anyone. In extreme cases, it could be, military-aged males or something like that could qualify for your ROE. But on American soil, we typically like to keep the idea that the police won't kill someone unless they're actively about to kill someone else. After a lot of debate and confirming their rules of engagement with the home base back in Washington, at 2:30 p.m., the following rules of engagement were given to HRT members. A. If any adult male in the compound is observed with a weapon prior to the surrender announcement, deadly force can and should be employed, if the shot can be taken without endangering any children. B. If any adult in the compound is observed with a weapon after the surrender announcement is made and is not attempting to surrender, deadly force can and should be employed to neutralize the individual. C. If compromised by any animal, dog, that animal should be eliminated. And D. Any subjects other than Randall Weaver,
I'm good.
Vicky
How are
Weaver, Kevin Harris presenting threats of death or grievous bodily harm, the FBI rules of deadly force are in effect. Deadly force can be utilized to prevent the death or grievous bodily injury of oneself or that of another. It is that first one, and yeah, the thing that like if a dog barks at you, you can shoot it. But insert ATF shooting dog meme here. But it's the first one that gained so much controversy in the trials that would follow. Anyone that just has a gun and prior to a surrender announcement. It was known on surveillance, and especially after what just happened, the guys are going to be walking around holding rifles or having a rifle slung over their arm. Without identifying yourself or telling them to freeze or stop or give up or anything, you just kill them. And while rules like that may be justified if there's someone inside holding a gun to the kids' heads, out of every bit of information that the feds have at this point, that is an absurd conclusion to jump to. Even not considering the fact that the agents shot first and never identified themselves. Several FBI agents would later testify that they thought the ROE was overkill and shouldn't have been employed, again, against a guy who missed a court date. But now an agent was dead and the feds wanted someone to pay for it. Meanwhile, inside of the cabin, the family was desolate. After setting Sam in the shed, according to Sarah Weaver, the family just kind of sat around in silence. The three adults discussed if they should walk out and surrender, but they were all afraid because the feds shot first without giving any clarity as to what they were doing there or telling them to stop, be arrested, what have you. Or they did with Randy, at least not in Sam's case. They all figured that after Harris shot a marshal, they were probably just going to kill him on sight. So the family sat around for a while. They didn't know what to do. Sarah remarks that Vicky, at one point, it had began to rain a little bit, and Vicky said that she should put out some buckets of water to collect rainfall because they probably won't be able to go down to the well while this is going on. Kind of just in a state of shock considering, you know, she just lost her boy. While this was happening, the HRT began to take up positions on the ridges around the cabin. One of the snipers who took position was an agent named Lon Horiuchi. After being in position for only a couple hours, Randy and Harris, with rifles slung over their arm, make their way out to the backyard. According to the Weavers, Randy had said that he wants to go check on Sam and make sure no animals or insects got to him over the night. Randy walks out to the shed, turns his back towards the ridge that he doesn't know Horiuchi is on, and as he is facing the cabin, he reaches up to unlatch the door. As soon as he does, a shot rings out. Horiuchi was aiming for Randy's spine, but given that he moved a bit at the last moment, the shot hit Randy in the shoulder. Randy collapsed, and Sarah, the oldest daughter, sprinted outside to help her dad. Sarah would later remark that she figured a sniper wouldn't shoot a young girl, so she stood in between Randy and where she thought the shot came from. Randy begins to yell that he's been hit, and Sarah and Harris help him stand up, and the three of them begin running back to the cabin. The back door of the Weaver cabin had a bungee cord attached to the top of it, so that way the door would always shut, and you know, no one could leave the door open and let all the cooler hot air out. So Vicky Weaver, while holding their 10-month-old child, was standing just behind the door, holding it open so that the three of them could run back inside. As this is happening, Lon Horiuchi rechambers another round and tries to get a shot on Harris, who is running at the back of the group. So the three of them are running in, and Horiuchi points his rifle a little bit in front of Harris to try to lead the shot. Horiuchi fires, the shot goes through the air, it hits Harris in the side, the bullet continues through Harris, goes through the window of the back door, and hits Vicky Weaver in the head. At 5:58 p.m., Vicky Weaver was killed instantly. According to Sarah, as soon as the three of them got inside, they all jumped for the ground, and it was at the same moment the shot rang out, so Vicky fell to the ground as well. And then the three others began to stand up and assess themselves, except for Vicky. Randy, seeing Vicky lying on the ground, he hears the muffled cries of their baby, which was underneath Vicky. So Randy Weaver takes his wife's body and throws it off of their child so that the baby isn't smothered. Everyone within the house began screaming and crying, and Randy was trying to comfort the baby and rocking back and forth. And man, it is a nightmare scenario. I understand having an issue with the government, right? Or I understand having an issue with laws that you see as unjust. Randy Weaver expected violence to befall him. And while I think, at least at the beginning of this, he might have been in the state of mind that he was willing to die for it, to, you know, not to go down fighting, so to speak. But I don't think he ever imagined that his family might pay the price. But nevertheless,
you need to. I'm not allowing you and Leah to be in the same stream anymore. You turning into her. No.
They did. I cannot imagine what the following hours in that cabin were like. Your son is dead in the shed, and your wife's dead.
Where's my Reaper mask to ain't shit? I need 1.8 bill collat. Dog. If I'm doing that, I'm not giving you collat. You can trust that I don't need to take your shit, man. I have a 90 bill account. If you want me to do that, sure. But I'm not giving collat.
On the floor. And now it's just you, your buddy you brought into this, who's now bleeding out
if
on
not,
the kitchen
you can
floor.
go find someone else.
And your 3 daughters. And of course, absolutely, Randy should have no reason to expect him not showing up to court would mean the feds show up and kill his family. But in his writings and the stories Weaver would tell, he would mention how he felt a guilt, a responsibility.
And if it makes you feel better, I fucking hate skins. So. But it's worth. It should be around that. Listen, one time right now and only, I'll invite you to this lobby, you give it to me, I'll put Ancient on it and give it back. If not, I'm not giving you collat because that's fucking stupid. I don't even have 1.8 bill on this account. Dog, I'm fucking streaming. Are you dumb? Like, I have 90 bill. Why the fuck would I need your stupid skinned helmet? Matter of fact, don't ask again. Go find someone else. Alright, I will scam. You know what? Now, if I do get it, I will scam. Have a good one, dumbass.
In all of this. For everyone involved, especially the daughters who, you know, were caught up in the middle of all this, I can't imagine what that horror felt like.
A couple of points I want to mention here. For one, I got a technical error wrong with what I just said. I got the...
Like, dog. If you gonna make me do some shit like that, I ain't giving you collat. Because I know myself, I'm not stealing shit. I have no fuck... Why the fuck would I steal something on stream? Like, really? Like, do you know how dumb that sounds anyway? And 2, I don't even have 1.8 bill. Yeah, he probably was gonna take 1.8, the whatever collat I gave him. And fucking, try to scam me.
Order that the bullet went through Harris and Vicky wrong. So in reality, the door was kind of bladed at like an odd angle from where Horiuchi was. So when Horiuchi fired, Vicky was actually hit first, and then it went through the door, and then it hit Harris. That explains 2 things. For one, it explains...
Because Leah, he can't do, hold on. Matter of fact. Spirit. Mask. What skin did he say he had on it? Matter of fact, what was his name in chat? Hold on. Let's see if that's actually him. TV. War. probably lying. That's what it is. What skin even? Hold on. Matter of fact, let me see. View message. Hold on. Where's his first message? Can you report my Reaper mask in Ancient, please? I need. I'll pay. It has a spirit skin. What? If I check this and it ain't that, I'm untiming him out, and I'm a spirit skin. No boss spirit skin. If it had that, sure. But I don't believe him.
Why Harris's wounds would be much worse off than,
like I said, if anybody here needs me to do something like that for them, I don't mind doing it, but I'm not giving collat. Why? Because there's no fucking point, and I don't trust you. Because, like I said, why the fuck would I need to steal? I have money. I'm good. Not on this account. On this account, if you want to give me money. I'm just kidding. Like I said, it's just like, why the fuck would I need? Why the fuck would I need to take your money? I'm good. Yeah, for some reason, for sure.
Randy's, because Randy's shot went straight through him and he was pretty okay, but Harris's bullet
I wasn't even using that many cheats on the client. Like, I don't know why.
Stayed inside of him, and that's what caused the wound to become so grotesque as the story goes along. The other thing that does is provide further evidence to the idea that Horiuchi had to know that he hit Vicky, because she would have been the first thing he saw through the scope. The other thing I want to mention, just to put everything into perspective, is how now 2 people are dead with a guy who at the beginning of all of this wanted to negotiate. If you'll remember, all the way back when he missed his first court appearance, Randy sent down a list of negotiations that he wanted to make with the local law enforcement. And in testimonies that would come after this, right before Randy set out of the cabin and the whole scenario happened where Vicky got shot, he yelled out the door if anyone wanted to talk. 2 people have been killed before a word was said.
Now, after Horiuchi took the shot, he said that the first one was a hit. He saw Randy
right,
fall down,
Nabo.
hold his shoulder and everything. But he...
What do you mean lagging? You like me responding? It makes it behind or no? Because the reason, by the way, the reason it's behind, I'll show you real quick. Hold on. No capture. Is because of, not that. Because of this. It doesn't show it, but I have a Twitch chat overlay modified to where I can see YouTube chat. But it takes a couple more seconds for me to get the message on that. Because I don't have 2 monitors. So that's why it might seem delayed.
He said the second shot was a miss. According to Horiuchi, he fired the shot, didn't see anyone get hit, and they fell back into the cabin, and the standoff continued. Now, to this day, the official report is that Horiuchi did not know that Vicky Weaver had been killed. And again, they didn't even know that Sam Weaver had been killed. So at this point, the feds think that all members of the family are still alive. Now, there is some controversy around Horiuchi's statement. Some people have theorized that perhaps Horiuchi did know and either didn't want to report it or simply didn't care. That night, when he went to a local hotel to get some rest, he drew a picture of what the shot looked like on a piece of paper, and he draws a person there that supposedly the shot made contact with. Is this Harris that he's drawing the stick figure of? Is this Vicky? We don't know, but speculate how you will. Horiuchi's second shot would be one of the most criticized events
I'm Peter
of
Griffin,
the
you're
entire
Lois.
Ruby Ridge incident. The Department of Justice found that while the
Even at my lowest, I was still a family guy.
The first shot followed the rules of engagement, as absurd as they were. The second shot was completely unconstitutional because it was against a group of people who posed no immediate threat to you. They were
the guy that beamed this guy's wife, and then it went through her skull, and then it fucking hit another guy and got that bitch infected.
running back for cover and running away from you, and yet he still took the shot. Horiuchi himself would get into legal trouble following the Ruby Ridge incident, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. After Horiuchi finds his shots, the FBI says, oh yeah, we're supposed to ask them to come out. Just keep in mind, up until this point, no one has said a word. There's no come out, Weaver, you're wanted for arrest, come out with your hands up. There's no ask to surrender, none of it. They just have killed 2 people and that's it. So at 6:30 p.m., they roll an APC up to like 30 feet out front of Weaver's house. And then through a megaphone, which they will not face towards the house because they're afraid of getting shot. So they're standing in the back of the APC, just like pointing it at the ground. They tell Randy that they have a warrant for his arrest and now he should come out. The feds wait there for a while and then drive the APC back down the hill. It's also beginning at this point that the Weavers don't step out of the house again for anything. Again, they were standing inside of the house near a window and Vicky got shot. So for the rest of the siege, they crawl around on the floor underneath every window to get from one room of the house to the other. Harris is losing so much blood and in so much pain at one point in the night, he asks Randy to kill him. And Randy tells Harris that he can't do that, and if he wants that to happen, Harris has got to do it himself. Using what medical equipment they have, they try to stop the wound, but very quickly, infection begins to set in. For the rest of the standoff, Harris lies on the kitchen floor, bleeding and shivering as his wound gets worse and worse. The next day, August 23rd, the FBI roll up once again in an APC and begin to talk on the megaphone. Now, I heard some reports say that the line I'm about to mention took place on August 23rd, but others like the DOJ say it was August 24th, so it was probably the 24th. But at some point during the whole, tank rolling up the hill and then a negotiator like talking over a megaphone, one of them makes a comment to Vicky. So Randy and the family assumed that the FBI knew that Vicky had been killed, right? Because you're looking through a scope and you can see the doorway and you fire and get a perfect headshot. So surely whoever took the shot knows that he shot a woman inside of the house. And again, as we talked about, maybe he did and didn't say anything, but as far as the FBI team down at the base of the mountain goes, they had no clue. So again, on the morning of the 23rd or the 24th, whoever's talking on the megaphone, trying to start conversation, says, "Hey, what did Vicky have for breakfast this morning? Anything good?" Now, again, to the FBI, this is them trying to, start a dialogue. To the Weavers, this was the most evil thing anyone could do.
That's funny as fuck. They just headshot your wife, and then they just outside taunt and be like, "Yo, what'd that dead bitch eat, huh? That shit good in hell?"
Because again, the Weavers assume that the FBI knows Vicky's dead. So imagine someone shows up, shoots your wife in the face, and then gets on a speaker and goes, "Hey, what'd she have for breakfast this morning, huh? Would it be, I don't know, a bullet?" So to put yourself in like Randy's point of view and the rest of the family during this, you've spent a long time waiting for the government to show up, and then they show up and without announcing themselves, kill your son and your wife, and then they roll up in a tank and start making fun of your dead wife. And if that wasn't bad enough, what followed is simultaneously the dumbest and the funniest thing of the entire siege. So whoever's talking in the megaphone, which is really hard to hear, by the way, because like the family later said that everything was like echoey and it was hard to make out, words or whatever. Whoever's talking in the megaphone says that now, after 3 people are dead, they want to negotiate. And because, Randy doesn't have a telephone line or anything like that, they decide to send him one. So they get a little robot that's got like these dozer tracks on it and has a phone line attached to the top of it. So this little this little robot rolls out and like makes its way up to the front door of the Weaver's house. Randy takes one look at it and notices it has a shotgun pointed directly at the phone.
The robot was sitting right in front, right up against and right in front of the door. The robot had a claw.
I mean, the ATF, I mean, we could watch the siege on Waco as well, because that's what happened afterwards.
And it had a 12-gauge shotgun that was pointed right in the door.
But once again, as far as I know, that was an oversight.
I cannot make this up. All the shooting goes down and the FBI decides that they're going to try to talk to him, and they do it with a robot holding a gun at the thing he's supposed to put his face up to. The FBI would later say that this was an oversight. I don't believe him. I absolutely don't believe him. Who rigs up the phone robot and has it ready to go and then turns to his buddy and is like, "You took the shotgun off of that, right?" And the other guy's like, "Nah, it'll be fine." What is this guy, paranoid? It's like, you know that meme of like the mousetraps in the 1800s that's just a piece of cheese with a pistol aimed at it? That's literally what they tried to get Randy with. And keep in mind, this guy thinks that the FBI just wants to kill him. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want him to get arrested. They just want him to step on the porch so a sniper can kill him, right? And then they're like, "Oh no, talk to our friendly robot," and the robot has a gun. So needless to say, negotiations just don't happen. Throughout the day, the APCs begin to move to different positions around the Weaver's house. And again, the Weavers are afraid to like peek over the window to see what's going on for fear of being shot. So they just laid in the floor and listened to like tanks drive around their house all day. And at 8 p.m. on August the 23rd, they start to clear out little buildings like, you know, a chicken coop and sheds and stuff like that around the actual cabin itself. And at 8 p.m., they go to the shed that Sam's body is lying in, and they open the shed and see a dead child and go, "Oh," because again, they just assumed everyone was alive and that no one had been killed, despite two different gunmen absolutely should at least have known that someone was killed. And it is at this point that things start to change. An analysis is done on Sam's body, and it's seen that the shot that killed him was in the back. And that makes the FBI, specifically people like the leader of the operation, Gene Glenn, start to ask some questions. Because again, the narrative that the FBI is working off of was that the marshals stood up, identified themselves, and then Harris took a shot. And even if that were the case, what was the scenario of events that led to a 14-year-old boy being shot in the back? So on August the 24th, Gene begins to send agents to the Y to investigate what they find. Because again, the narrative provided to the FBI by the marshals was that it was a massive gunfight, they were being held down, a bunch of shots fired, but then when agents get to the Y, there's like a dozen, maybe a couple dozen casings at most. So the FBI start to ask questions of the United States Marshals. This is where a lot of the original testimonies that were later brought up in court came from. Now, at the same time this is happening, another thing that's been going on since the first day of the siege is a bunch of local people have been showing up at the base of Ruby Ridge to protest the FBI's involvement. Initially, it was a bunch of people standing around the FBI saying stuff like, "If you do anything, you know, there will be witnesses. We'll attest to what you do." And once it was found out that Sam had been killed, it basically turned into the FBI holding off a mob. The FBI starts to put the pieces together and say that maybe we got a lot of this wrong. And the first change comes on August the 26th when the FBI finally gets rid of the rules of engagement and moves it to the normal rules of engagement that you shoot someone if they're in immediate danger to someone else's life. It was also around this time that the situation at the roadblock was getting more and more hectic. Not only were hundreds of people there to protest, but remember how I said Randy had connections to Aryan nations? Well, Aryan Nation members started to show up because in the news, the narrative was that Randy Weaver and his entire family were white supremacists. And as discussed earlier, that's at least kind of true for Randy himself, but it didn't help the public outlook of the event when the camera panned over and there was a bunch of people doing, you know, the sig hail and whatnot. The one device that the Weavers did have to listen to the outside world was a radio. And during the entire standoff, the radio was left on as they were hearing updates about what was happening at the bottom of the mountain. Randy began to fear that the government may storm the house in order to end the siege. But he also doesn't want to step out of the house because he assumes they're just going to shoot him. So on August the 26th, the same day that the rules of engagement were loosened, Randy asked to speak to his sister Marnish Joy, who he heard on the radio, arrived at the checkpoint. For 2 days, the APC comes up to the mountain and his sister begins to speak with a megaphone, but because the FBI won't let her leave the APC, Randy can't really hear her and she can't really hear him. Because, you know, we wouldn't want these guys to have got an innocent woman killed in the midst of all this, right? On August the 27th, Randy hears over the radio that Bo Gritz has arrived at the bottom of Ruby Ridge. That name probably doesn't mean a lot to most of you, but in the 90s, Bo Gritz was seen as a prominent figure within military communities. Bo Gritz served in Vietnam as a Green Beret, and after the war was over, was very instrumental in getting prisoners of war and those missing in action out of Vietnam. He started a bunch of campaigns to support veterans, he would tour around to gun shows and stuff like that, and in 1988, he even ran for president. So basically, Bo Gritz was the kind of guy that Weaver would respect. So similar to Randy's sister, the FBI drove him up next to Randy's house in the APC. Bo Gritz tries communicating through the megaphone, says, "This is stupid," and just walks out of the APC. He walks all the way onto the front porch of Weaver's cabin, knocks on the door, and asks to talk. The first time in the midst of all of this, someone just had a conversation. Bo asks Randy what's going on. Bo had been briefed on the situation as far as the FBI had known. Randy responds by saying, "I've been shot, Harris is bleeding out, and Vicky's dead." He immediately gets back in the APC and goes back down to the FBI's command post, where he tells everyone what happened. When the announcement was made that Vicky Weaver was killed by the second sniper shot, the angry crowd that was at the bottom of the mountain turned into a mob. Pressure was mounting fast for the FBI to do something, because so far it looks like they messed up a lot, and if something good doesn't come out of this, they'd be in a lot of trouble. Over the next couple days, Bo Gritz makes trips back and forth from the cabin. As you can imagine, Randy is furious and does not want to come out of the cabin as he's afraid he'll be killed. It's also worth noting, Randy and Harris were so convinced that they were going to die that they had Sarah write up their testimony of everything that went down, so that way if they die, there will be some evidence of their version of events. Bo assesses the condition of Harris, who is feverish, his wound looks awful, and he's probably got 72 hours left in him. He tells Randy that Randy can take his time and come to whatever terms he wants, but they need to get Harris to the hospital right now. Harris reluctantly agrees and is accompanied by Bo to the bottom of the hill, where he turns himself in at 6:27 p.m. on August the 30th. He's immediately transported by helicopter to a nearby hospital, and after receiving medical attention, Harris makes a full recovery. As soon as Harris surrenders, Bo Gritz, along with a friend of the Weavers named Jackie Brown, come back to the cabin to move Vicky's body. Vicky had been lying in the floor of that house for 9 days at this point. The girls had laid a sheet over her, but the area around was stained black with the carnage of the gunshot. It was a very, very brutal sight, and Randy agreed that to whatever effect can be done at this point, Vicky's body should be taken care of. As Bo and Jackie pick up her body and begin to leave, the daughters plead with him to not let her body touch the ground. When Vicky's body is brought to the bottom of the mountain, there's kind of like conflicting reports as to what the FBI's response is at that point. All of them agree the situation needs to end soon, that this has gone on for too long, but there's disagreement as to what that looks like. Many think that a use of extreme force would be necessary because it's Randy's fault that all of this has transpired. On the morning of August the 31st, Bo Gritz comes to Randy and tells him effectively that the FBI wants this to be over, they're getting hasty, and I don't know what decision they're gonna make, but if you come with me right now, I promise nothing bad will happen to you and I'll walk down there with you together. Randy, destroyed and trusting Bo at this point, takes his daughters with him, and together, the 4 survivors exit the cabin, which means on the morning of August 31st, the 11-day siege of Ruby Ridge finally ended. Randy was arrested and taken to receive medical treatment for his gunshot wound. I didn't really mention it earlier, but the bullet passed clean through on him, so while it hurt a lot, he didn't have a lot of damage to his body. The daughters were taken by the state and eventually sent to live with their grandparents, before after that living with their aunt and uncle who they were closer to. Both Randy and Harris were arrested and charged for the first-degree murder of Marshall Deegan, again the marshal who was shot when all of this began. To give you an idea of how gung-ho the Fed
Me when the Chihuahua does a happy bark and I'm scared for my life.
words
Me when I'm a police officer and I touch a thing of fentanyl, it goes through my pores immediately and I die.
to get a charge on somebody in the midst of this, they briefly considered charging Sarah as an adult and also implicating her in the first-degree murder. However, this idea was eventually dropped. In the media, there was a lot of misinformation that was passed around during this time. For example, it was said that Bo Gritz and Randy Weaver had served together in Vietnam, and that's why Randy went out with Bo. But that's not true. As mentioned earlier, Randy was never in the Green Berets. Actually, come to think of it, that's probably why the false narrative that he was a Green Beret gets passed around so much. Because Bo Gritz definitely was a Green Beret, so if the news kept saying they served together, that would mean Randy was also probably a Green Beret. But yeah, that just didn't
Me when a person has a gun that they legally own, but I'm scared.
happen. Both sides of the argument had extreme perspectives of why this situation began. Sides that were pro-government said that Randy had effectively lured the feds into a trap to try to kill them, while the other side said that the feds planned to assault Randy's cabin that day and kill him and the rest of his family members, which again also didn't happen. And it was a lot of he said, she said leading up to the trial. Defense attorney Jerry Spence took the case. Jerry Spence was known for being a very charismatic kind of showmanship of a lawyer. So when the trial rolled around, Spence had a very unique approach. During the entirety of the trial, Spence did not call forward a single witness. Instead, he just cross-examined everything that the FBI or the Marshals or the ATF had done, and that was enough information to...
I'm taking those robots that whatever that university's been making for 10 years, that when I first saw it 10 years ago, I'm like, oh yeah, the military's about to have those. And then now, they gave them guns now. I'm taking those robots.
Win over the jury. During the cross-examination of the ATF, Jerry points out that the ATF informant asked Randy if he could get the agent the short-barreled shotguns, which is entrapment. You can't, as a cop, make someone or ask someone to do a crime and then arrest them for said crime. So he gets that thrown out. On the matter of first-degree murder, he goes over all the details I talked about earlier about what went down at the Y. And it's clear, comparing evidence to testimony, that the agent side of the story doesn't make a lot of sense. Not only...
Actually, I'll take that drone that's able to just drop grenades. I saw a lot of videos of that, on that, Real War, or whatever, or combat footage subreddit from the Russia and Ukraine thing.
Only were there holes in their narrative, like one agent said the shots started at this moment, and another one said the shots actually started at this moment, but they had changed their account so many times that it was easy to poke holes in. He eventually ruled that every action that Randy Weaver, as well as Harris and the rest of the Weaver family took, was reasonable for someone who was randomly attacked by extreme force with no chance to surrender. The trial began on April the 13th of 1993. Randy had been charged with 10 different charges, from the first-degree murder and...
Yeah. You can't be like, you can't be going to buy, like, meth and be like, you should sell me some meth. That's the cop helping influence your decision.
The short-barreled shotguns I already mentioned, to things like conspiracy... Is that a mosquito? To things like conspiracy and resisting arrest and blah blah blah. When the trial ended in June of 1993...
Yeah, because the police are scared. Dude, you don't get it, Dark. See, this is the only safe place for you and I. Yeah, let's go to North or South Carolina and shit talk the police. Matter of fact, let's go to a gas station and do it.
Randy had been acquitted for every single charge.
Better yet, let's go to a Bojangles in the morning. When all those old people in mesh trucker hats go in there, drink coffee, because they ain't got shit else to do.
Except the original failure to appear in court. For that charge, Randy was sentenced to 18 months in jail and a $10,000 fine. However, he was credited with time served since he had been in jail for over a year already awaiting trial. And Randy Weaver was released in December of 1993. In the meantime, Harris's shot against Marshall.
Dog, I can't get Bo-Berry biscuits anymore. I looked at how many calories those 2 biscuits had. It said 1,000. I'm like, nah, I can't be that big back. I'm sorry.
Deegan was ruled as justified and he was let go with full acquittal. 5 years later, when a new local prosecutor came to Boundary County, he tried to prosecute Harris over this shooting again. I guess that the prosecutor was just really mad that he got away with it, but obviously that couldn't go through because double jeopardy. The same FBI hostage rescue team that was at Ruby Ridge would be deployed to another little location called Waco, Texas.
That's what we're gonna watch after this.
That same year. In response to this, the Department of Justice had a massive crackdown on FBI operations. They assembled something called the Ruby Ridge Task Force that compiled a 542-page report of the HRT's actions both at Ruby Ridge and Waco. The main things they criticized about Ruby Ridge was the rules of engagement and Horiuchi's second shot. Largely because of the events of Ruby Ridge, rules of engagement have now, for the most part, been standardized across the board. Again, if someone's life isn't in immediate danger, you can't take someone else's. The other thing that they were super critical of, as mentioned, is there was no dialogue or conversation ever opened with Randy before they started shooting. On top of that, more details came to light. Like, after the first time the marshals were told by Randy to leave the property, the marshals were then told by their home office to not try to talk to him again and instead just go through his legal team. You know, the legal team Randy hates and doesn't trust and also doesn't talk to. In 1997, it came out that the chief of the Violent Crimes Division of the FBI had purposefully hidden a report that was critical of the agents at Ruby Ridge, meaning that internally, as the event was going on, the FBI was trying to hide as much evidence as they can. This was noted by both the judge and defense attorney during Randy's trial. As information they tried to get, which was evidence concerning crime scene photos at the Y, to reports of what was said between FBI agents to each other, were either missing or became doctored. Lon Horiuchi has an individual investigation concerning his second shot, to which the feds say they're not going to pursue a case. Later on, the state of Idaho would try to hold a trial for Horiuchi. The trial begins, and immediately the federal government says, since he's a federal agent, this is their case. Idaho passes off the case to the feds, and the feds immediately drop the case. But then a circuit county judge says that the feds need to reopen the case, so they reopen it, and then it gets transferred to another division that gets dropped again, then somehow it goes back to Idaho, and after like 3 or 4 flips of Horiuchi being on trial then not on trial, eventually when Idaho gets a hold of it, the prosecutor drops the case, saying that it's effectively unwinnable because the government will just keep having them jump through hoops for years and years before they admit any fault. And keep in mind, Horiuchi was also one of the snipers who was stationed at Waco, which if you want to know how I feel about that whole shebang, link in the description. The only real punishment that came out of any of this was the HRT commander, Richard Rogers, was demoted temporarily, but then he continued to politic his way up the ranks, and again, he was also at Waco. In August of 1995, the Weaver family filed a civil lawsuit against the government for the wrongful death of Sam and Vicky Weaver. During the civil lawsuit, for the first time, Randy admitted some level of fault in what happened, saying that if he had behaved differently, this probably wouldn't have had to have happened. But, and I agree rightfully so, American citizens shouldn't have to worry about the government killing family members over a crime, much less a non-violent crime. The Weavers initially sued for $200 million, and the government, not wanting to make this a whole public publicity thing, what am I saying? Not wanting it to be a very public case, they settle outside of court, to which Randy is awarded $100,000 and the 3 oldest daughters are awarded $1 million each,
Ooh.
totaling up to 3.1
Kill my mama. Sorry.
million. From here, things began to die down. In 1998, Randy published his own book titled The Federal Siege at Ruby Ridge in Our Own Words, which is where a lot of his details of what happened during the siege came to be. Sarah Weaver would also publish her own book over the events, as well as give several interviews and podcast
Damn, she kind of bad.
appearances to tell her side of the story.
She looks Republican.
I will say I really like Sarah Weaver. In all the appearances and interviews I've watched of her, she has, for one, a pleasant demeanor, but also she has found a peace about everything that's happened. She forgives the federal government and the agents that were responsible. She has found a more, I'll say, charitable version of Christianity, and doesn't hold hate in her heart for anything that happened, and instead doesn't want people to see Ruby Ridge as a reason to be violent, to do more evil actions, and instead learn from it so we can be better in the future. Now, for as much as it seems Sarah has progressed since the events of Ruby Ridge, Randy did the opposite. It seems, and again, I never knew the guy.
Wow, especially in California, you'll be able to own half a house.
But from interviews and testimonies from those around him and things like that, it seems he became very bitter after the events that happened. And while it's perfectly rational to be angry over the events that happened, it seems that he just decided to live in it. To give you an idea of how much he changed, in 2007 there was this protest against taxes that was getting violent and police were showing up. Randy, like in between Ruby Ridge and then, would go to a lot of different like militia camps or places where there was some kind of government standoff. He would go and like help protest. So he was at this tax protest and someone in the crowd remarked that you might be killed. And Randy said that he wants to die because he's an atheist and just wants to see what happens.
Did all that just to be like, fuck God anyway. That is crazy. How the fuck that? I mean, I probably would turn away from faith after that. I can't lie. Be like, why would God let my wife get scoped?
Which is
and kill my dumbass kid.
a far cry from the people who wrote letters to the government saying the end times were coming and talked about, you know, the judgment of God, to now just say he's an atheist and doesn't care. Again, I don't really, it's hard to have sympathy for Randy given his, I guess, stubbornness, so to speak, that kicked a lot of this off, as well as his own, you know, personal hatreds and whatnot. But it's, I guess it's tragic to see anyone go to waste, right?
Last couple things I want to stop in to mention is, for one, the media's response to Ruby Ridge was as could be expected. Similar to how, as the siege was going on, it was just framed as justified actions on behalf of the government, and a bunch of crazy, you know, radical extremists showed up to protest. So people who oppose that narrative use that as fuel to further oppose media, and things kept going the way they always do. Another massive effect of Ruby Ridge, and its most tragic one, is that of the Oklahoma City bombing. Timothy McVeigh, who carried out the Oklahoma City bombing, was a very loud proponent against the government's actions at Ruby Ridge. So much so that during the trials of Lon Horiuchi, or what little trial existed, he would sit outside handing out bumper stickers with Lon Horiuchi's home address. Of course, when McVeigh would eventually commit the attacks of the Oklahoma City bombing, he cited Waco and Ruby Ridge as his reasons for doing so. Again, one senseless tragedy usually begats another.
Ruby Ridge has made its way in.
The Gaiats? The Gaiats? Yo, where's the Gaiats?
Into so many different aspects of pop culture. In 1996, there was a mini-series about the events of Ruby Ridge, starring Jack Quaid and Kirsten Dunst. In 1999, Peter Rowan made a song called The Ballad of Ruby Ridge. And a lot of different stories, and especially stories involving government overreach, take inspiration from the events of the Ruby Ridge siege. As mentioned, a lot of books were written regarding the events. One of the more popular ones was by a reporter named Jess Walter. The book was titled Every Knee Shall Bow, which the title of that book was actually inspired by one of the signs seen at the Weaver's compound. Years later, Harris would sue the government for damages, and after the government responded that someone who killed a federal agent will never receive money from them, Harris received $380,000. On May the 11th of 2022, Randy Weaver passed away at the age of 74 due to natural causes. And according to those around him, it seems that even at the end of his life, Randy never found peace. And with that, we have the end of the Ruby Ridge siege. So, what is there to say about it? Similar to most of these situations involving some kind of government standoff, like Waco, for example.
Hello everybody, today we're going to talk about the Branch Davidian cult of Waco, Texas, the 51-day standoff between them and federal authorities, and the conspiracy of what really happened. Regardless of opinion, the Waco siege is widely regarded as one of the largest tragedies in law enforcement history. And depending on who you ask, it was either the result of a deranged cult leader and his loyal followers, or a massacre at the hands of a tyrannical government. Despite being one of the most widely publicized and documented standoffs in American history, where the guilt is to be placed and even some of the events that might have happened are still up for debate. After poring over dozens of news reports and several hours of interviews with both federal agents and Branch Davidian survivors, I feel confident that we can put together a picture of not only what happened, but where this cult came from and how it all ended so tragically. And if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we get into the story of America's most infamous standoff. Hey, real quick, remember that last time I did a magic spoon? But on here. But as link in this, we are back.
That cereal is like $10 or $12 a box. Boy's lost his fucking mind.
Back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, most are familiar with people like David Koresh, or the infamous way that this standoff would eventually end. However, what a lot of people aren't aware of is why the Branch Davidians were in a compound just outside of Waco, Texas in the first place. So to begin, we're going to go all the way back and talk about the origins of the Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians trace their roots back to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Now, it will become very clear in a moment that the beliefs of the Davidians do not align with the beliefs of the Seventh-day Adventists. So just to clarify, the beliefs I'm about to talk about do not represent the religion as a whole. In the 1920s, a man emerged from the Seventh-day Adventist Church by the name of Victor Houteff. One of the focuses of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, at least among the members that I know personally, is a focus on the book of Revelations and the imminent coming of Jesus Christ. It's believed by many that in the book of Revelations, it says that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, will come to earth and then take the believers in God back to heaven with him. Victor decided to take this a step further and determine the actual figures who were mentioned in Revelations. See, in the book of Revelations, there is a lot of language that is heavily debated as either being symbolism or literal representations. From the seven seals...
Oh, Zinks, are you still here, by the way? Oh, wait. Never mind. I already sent you the message on Discord. Never mind.
...of judgment being poured out on the earth to the 144,000 who will be left here after Christ's return. There seems to be a lot left up to general interpretation, and Victor was not okay with this. Victor decided that he was going to determine the identities of the figures mentioned in Revelations and make the preparations for Christ's return. Victor wrote a manuscript regarding these beliefs called the Shepherd's Rod. He passed it around to several church leaders who all seemed disinterested in his ideas, and after repeatedly berating leaders of the church to believe what he's saying, he was eventually disfellowshipped from the Seventh-day Adventist Church in 1930. At this point, however, he had managed to sway enough people to join him by the time that he was removed from the church, so he began to form his own religious offshoot known as the Shepherd's Rod. The Shepherd's Rod was officially organized in 1934 and shortly thereafter began calling themselves the Davidians. This is because in the Old Testament, King David is mentioned as being a righteous king and his offspring would be the ones to inherit the earth. Victor, believing himself and his followers to be those offspring, referred to themselves as Davidians. In April of 1935, the Davidians purchased a piece of property just outside of Waco, Texas, which they named Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel comes from an Old Testament story in which the prophet Elijah challenged the prophets of the god Baal to a competition to see whose god was real. A name, while at first symbolic, would become much more literal in the coming years. Initially, there was about 125 people at Mount Carmel. However, these numbers would grow rapidly, as did the property. The property had massive dairy farms and gardens, as well as schools for children and even a sanitarium. Victor also began various mission trips to begin to spread his word of determining who the true followers of God were, and while not all of them lived at the property, in 1950 it's believed that up to 100,000 people were a part of the Davidian religion. In 1946, a man by the name of Benjamin Roden joined the church at Mount Carmel. He had a more unique and steadfast approach when it came to his interpretation of Scripture. This caused several people within the Davidians to begin following the teachings of Roden specifically. This would manifest itself when in 1955, Victor suddenly died without warning. After Victor's death, his wife Florence Hotef would take over. Florence and Benjamin did not get along, primarily because of Benjamin's unique take on Scripture. See, Benjamin believed in the apocalyptic ideas of the Davidians. However, he believed that the Scripture itself was more malleable and subject to change over time. He said that this interpretation of Scripture was given to him by God, or the branch, which is another reference to the Old Testament. So his followers began to refer to themselves as branch Davidians. So keep in mind at this point, the branch Davidians are 2 degrees of separation from the original religion. When Florence took power, Benjamin Roden and his followers left in their newly defined branch Davidian group, and in 1959 became their own thing. Florence, who still maintained leadership of the original Davidians, as well as the property of Mount Carmel, said that she had received a revelation from God that on April the 22nd of 1959, the world would end. Or more specifically, the events of Revelation would begin, but same thing. Her followers believed her, and they all joined together at Mount Carmel, to which, when April 22nd passed, the world didn't end. Shocking, I know.
That was my favorite shit, especially with the solar eclipse. Like, all those dumbass people. There's a person that, matter of fact, there's a woman on Twitter that actually killed her boyfriend, child, and herself because it was the end of the solar eclipse was the end of the world. That shit's not that specifically, but that shit's always killed me. It's like, I think there was one dude that said, or there was an article that said that so there's a guy that was like adamant that it was going to be the end of the world, the solar eclipse. After it didn't happen, he came out and said he actually had a talk with God, and God didn't do it.
This created distrust among the group, and from there they began to fracture. After this fracture and Florence's loss of power, Benjamin Roden stepped back in and purchased the property of Mount Carmel for the newly defined Branch Davidians. So Davidians buy property, Branch Davidians separate during the property, Davidians lose property, Branch Davidians come back. Now keep in mind, the group at this point was much smaller than Victor's original Davidian religion. Less than 100 people were probably with him at this time. And when Benjamin died in 1978, similar to Victor, his wife took over. Lois Roden ran the
Damn, she bad.
cult normally for a few years, until in 1981, when a man by the name of Vernon Howell joined the Branch Davidians. Shortly after joining, this new member Vernon became very close to Lois. Vernon was a very charismatic man. Not only was he a good public speaker, but he was also a musician who would lead the group in song. Furthermore, he claimed to have his own revelations from God regarding the meaning of Scripture. This, if you'll remember, falls in line with the Branch Davidian idea. The two were so close, in fact, that according to members of the Branch Davidians, they began to have an affair when Lois was in her late 60s and Vernon was in his early 20s. This was another one of Vernon's revelations, as he said the child that they would have together would be the chosen son of God. Lois's son George Roden, as you can imagine, hated Vernon a lot. Not only did George consider Vernon's teachings bizarre even by cult standards, but the whole affair with his mom thing probably didn't help. Members of the core Branch Davidian group began to lose faith in Lois, again probably in part because she was giving so much faith to Vernon. So in 1983, her son George Roden took over. One of his first orders of business was removing Vernon from his place of power. See, Lois had allowed Vernon to do his own teachings to the side of the regular teachings that she would give, and because of that, as is now the third or fourth time it's happened in this story, Vernon started to garner his own following. So George, not wanting a repeat of what his own father Benjamin did, cut out Vernon's story time. For like a year, Vernon just kind of lived in proximity to George. I mean, they're still in the same building at Mount Carmel. But presumably during this time, Vernon drove George insane. Not only was Vernon still presumably teaching people in secret, but he would also undercut some of George's messages. And the two hated each other to such a degree that whenever part of the building caught on fire in 1984, George immediately blamed Vernon. And Vernon said that, I don't know, maybe God did it. Which, it's wild to imagine two cult leaders who are kind of forced to live with each other, and something bad happens to one of them, so the other one's like, I don't know, maybe God hates you. Did you ever think of that?
Yeah.
Over the course of this argument, George and his own followers forced Vernon and his followers to leave at gunpoint. So Vernon and his believers left for a while, and George Roden renamed Mount Carmel to Rodenville. You know, the cult story's getting good when they rename a small compound after themselves. For 3 years, with Vernon and his followers staying on a different side of town, they kept having these petty squabbles with each other. George would show up to do business on this side of town, and then Vernon would conveniently be doing business right next to them, and then George would witness to this group of people, and then Vernon would show up right afterwards. This came to a head when, in 1987, Vernon went back to the Mount Carmel, now renamed Rodenville compound, and according to witnesses, while there, George Roden dug up the body of a Davidian who had died 20 years ago, because they had their own cemetery on the property, and challenged Vernon to a competition of who can raise the dead. This is where the Mount Carmel joke about Elijah challenging the other prophets comes back into play. George would later say that he was just moving the bodies for some reason, and supposedly right after this challenge, Vernon went to the police and reported George for defiling a corpse. The local sheriff's department said they can't prosecute or perform a real investigation unless they had something like photographic evidence. So shortly after this, in November of 1987, Vernon and 7 of his followers, armed with rifles, broke into the Rodenville compound. According to them, they were doing this in order to get evidence of the exhumed body, and claimed that the weapons were just there in case they were attacked. Lois Roden had also died the year before in 1986, and some believe this may have given David the go-ahead to conduct a violent raid on the compound, but that's up to opinion. While making their way into the compound, they were spotted by George and a gunfight broke out. The gunfight lasted about half an hour before the police arrived, and as soon as the police showed up, Vernon and his men threw down their guns. During the fight, no one was killed, but Vernon had been hit. In the trial that followed, Vernon claimed that he was there investigating suspicious activity that concerned himself, and that over the course of the gunfight, he was just firing bullets in the air in order to protect himself and never meant to hurt George or anyone else at the compound. All of Vernon's men were acquitted, and Vernon himself was given a mistrial. Also, after it was over, members of the jury hugged Vernon because he was just that much of a likable guy, apparently. And as soon as the court proceedings were over, he invited the prosecution over to his place for ice cream. George, in the meantime, was held in contempt of court because he had said such horrific things to the judge and legal teams there that they considered it a threat and indecency. After being released, George found out that several of his followers had converted over to Vernon's teachings. Vernon had got under George's skin to such a degree that in 1989, whenever one of George's own followers approached him and said that he had a new revelation from God, George killed him with an axe because he was convinced it was Vernon trying to get at him somehow. So, with George now in jail for murder and the majority of George's followers following into Vernon's teachings, Vernon just walked his way back into Rodenville and renamed it Mount Carmel. Vernon, now the unchallenged leader of the Branch Davidians, which is at this point an offshoot of the Branch Davidians, so we're 3 degrees of separation now, Vernon renamed himself to David Koresh. David being the reference to King David, the one who the Davidians took their name after, and Koresh being the Hebrew pronunciation of King Cyrus the Great, the king who freed the children of Israel. With his new group, David began his own interpretation of the Book of Revelations. In the Book of Revelations, the Lamb of God is mentioned as returning to earth. Now, this is widely believed across the majority of Christian doctrine to be a reference to Jesus Christ, the Son of God. However, David's revelation with this was that the Lamb of God was someone separate from Jesus. And as a matter of fact, Christ is not exclusive to the Son of God, but is instead a name given to any sons of God who carry on his prophecy and message. David believed himself to be one of these Christ, and more specifically, the Lamb of God mentioned in Revelations. So because of that, in his teachings, David told his followers that they were to be the ones to fight the armies of Babylon, or the wicked world that would enclose around them during the final days of earth.
What about these people here? What those people here are people, well, you know what they think of me? They think I'm the Son of God. Do they? Yeah. Is he the Son of God?
I hope he is.
This belief would shape the majority of their actions going forward. See, the entire Waco incident is incredibly misattributed, and we're going to talk about why that is in a little bit. But the majority of news sources just say that David believed himself to be God, and that the Branch Davidians, or more accurately the Koreshians, because again this is a removal from even the Branch Davidians, were simply a doomsday cult who believed in the glory of their own death during the end times. The reason that narrative is pushed so hard is because it helps justify what would happen later. But these borrowed now, have some idea that taking one's own life would cause some greater purpose or state of existence.
I think in the case of the Davidians, if people had listened carefully to their rhetoric with an ear toward an understanding of religious apocalyptic language, would probably not have been worried about them using these weapons against their neighbors.
As a matter of fact, it was the opposite, and belief that it was their job as the Lamb of God to hold out till the very end. David's belief was that he was to build an army and prepare for the eventual coming war.
Would you use a gun if somebody came in here? They come in here with a gun and they start shooting at us, what would you do? Tell me, be realistic. This is America. This is not Australia.
I will not add the dubstep, Johnny. What the fuck is he talking about?
This is not Europe. This is not where a country overthrows a bunch of people, takes away their weapons so that the people cannot argue any issues. Did King David have swords? Did Jesus tell the apostles to carry a sword with you? Yeah.
And in 1989, he would begin to put praxis to that belief. David said that he received a revelation from God that he was to father several children, 24 to be exact, that would be the eventual leaders or judges in the end times. And to do this, he would have the children with the women in the congregation. Again, stating this all to be some higher purpose. And here's something I want to emphasize in my research, and this is something you can totally disregard or do your own research and say that I'm dumb about. Like I said, this is just opinion. But from everything that I've read and interviews I watched with him and members of the group and people who talked to him, I think David really believed what he was saying. And you may think, yeah, duh, every cult member believes what they're saying. But not really. Most cult members, at least the ones that I have read and studied about for this job on YouTube, they're always trying to sell something or maintain a sense of dominance so that there's never a question of one's own servitude towards the cult leader. And while I would normally just chalk up David to being another charismatic guy who likes to rule over people who he thinks are lesser than him, looking at his history, I think David truly believed his own hype. David was born to a single mother who was 14 years old and from a young age began to live with his grandparents. David had several learning disabilities and was relentlessly mocked for it at school. And I emphasize this whenever I talk about things like serial killers, and it needs to be resaid here. I am not saying any of this to justify or explain away the evils that David committed. Everyone wants to look at the story of the Waco standoff and either say good guys attacked bad guys or good guys were attacked by bad guys. And as with most things in life, it's not that simple. While it's easier to look at the Branch Davidians as helpless victims of the evil government that came in and attacked them, and trust me, we will get to that, but I believe it to be more accurate to look at the actions of David Koresh as evil and the things he did to those around him as evil, but to also say that he legitimately believed in that evil. And again, the things that happened to him at a young age or his upbringing does not excuse anything he did later in life, but instead for us now analyzing it can provide a deeper picture or explanation. During this time period when he was bullied as a child and being raised in a Seventh-day Adventist church, he began to say that God would give him revelations regarding the Bible, and say things like God directly speaks to him. Supposedly, according to those around him, whenever he would preach from the Bible or of these revelations from God, his stutter would go away. A stutter that he was otherwise mocked and ostracized for. When David was around 19 years old, he went to the pastor of his church and said that God told David that he was to marry the pastor's daughter. The pastor told him to not approach him with that idea again, but in response to that, David got his daughter pregnant. So David went to leaders of the church and said that he felt that God wanted him to marry this girl, and in response, David was kicked out of the church. During the time that he was expelled from Mount Carmel, he went to countries like Israel and Australia and began to recruit people to come back and join him. Also, during this time, he found another girl who he said God wanted him to marry, and this time the father approved. This girl was 14 years old, and
Ooh, Drake! Sorry. What the fuck is my phone? Oh, it started.
David was 29. Now, while it's legal for a 14-year-old to be married in Texas given the parents' permission, I do not care what the law says. That is disgusting. But given his entire history and eventual destination, there never seems to be a point where David was doing it as a farce. And while these things are absolutely bizarre and abominable to us, it seems to David this was all in line with his greater purpose. And again, I don't feel that any of this is excused. I don't feel this justifies any bit of it. As a Christian myself, I consider the majority of his actions to be blasphemous at best, but David didn't see it that way. If he was selling a lie, I don't think he was in on it. I say all of that because we're about to get into the main story of the Waco standoff, and it seems that because of these beliefs, David was in it for the long haul, and tragically, so were those around him. Now that the Branch Davidians were done with their infighting, their new wave of problems came from old members. Members who had left the Davidians either because they were upset with David or just became disinterested in the entire religion, began to tell news sources and the police that there was severe child abuse occurring at Mount Carmel. Which, let me state, to be clear, yes, there was, legal or otherwise, having a child with a 14-year-old is gross. But regardless of how gross you or I think it was still legal by Texas law. So the stories of ex-members began to change. Instead of just the stories of David taking on a 14-year-old wife, it began to be stories of several of the adults in the compound abusing children as young as 8 years old. And it began to paint this picture in the media of a depraved group of monsters who trap children inside of this massive doomsday facility.
Around 1987, Mark Bro, a self-proclaimed prophet from Honolulu, Hawaii, joined the Branch Davidians at Mount Carmel. He was asked to leave in 1989 when he tried to take over the leadership of the Mount Carmel Center from David Koresh. Mark Bro vowed revenge. He called several international agencies and made allegations against David Koresh of adulterous sex, child abuse, and gun stockpiling. In 1992, Mark Bro was provided a golden opportunity to get his revenge when a disc jockey named David Jewell became embroiled in a custody battle with his wife, Sherry Jewell, a Branch Davidian who lived at Mount Carmel. Mark Bro approached David Jewell's mother to tell his sordid tales of sex, abuse, and guns.
At least it did to outsiders. See, the weird thing about the Branch Davidians when researching them is that comparatively, they were pretty normal. And I emphasize the comparatively. They still had a leader who fathered several children with different women, as well as married a 14-year-old in years previous, and he also said he was like the Lamb of God, kind of. But typically whenever you hear that, you would imagine, okay, I guess these members weren't allowed to go outside of the facility or to watch media from outside the facility. However, that wasn't the case. The entire group was free to come and go as they pleased. They all had vehicles. They would regularly drive out to town in order to eat dinner on the evenings. Pretty much all of them had jobs at different places out in town. David himself led a band that was made up of members from the church, and they would tour around at local bars and sing music. And no, not like spiritual hymns like rock music of the 90s. They would convert the auditorium into a theater and have movie nights, and they would regularly invite people from the town over to the compound and have these massive ice cream parties. They were active in the community of Waco and were known for having an open door policy where anyone could come and listen to David's teachings or just hang out if they wanted to. As a matter of fact, several people who joined the Branch Davidians were just people from the town who thought they were cool and wanted to live there. So whenever these allegations came out of child abuse, people in the town were pretty shocked. So in 1992, CPS did an investigation to see if any children were being abused. At the same time, a news channel from Australia came to Mount Carmel in order to interview David and figure out more about the Branch Davidians. CPS ruled that there was no evidence of child abuse and dropped the case. However, this investigation had left a sour taste in the once positively viewed Branch Davidian group, and public opinion slowly started to shift.
That for a couple of years. In fact, we had the Department of Human Services go out and interview some of the kids and whatever they could do. I had people go out with them to interview. To this day, we don't have a case that we can make against Vernon Howell or anyone for child abuse. Even though the news media here and other people kept saying this is what happened. A man from Australia said this is what happened. But we could never get them to give us anything more than just, we know that's what happened. You have to have proof.
People say you've been sleeping with the women here. Is that true? No, only one. And she's tired of it. Now, I mean, she's tired of the accusations.
We also put to Koresh claims that he had sex with
What'd you
children
say?
and underage girls.
Did you do it? No, I didn't do it.
Another detail about the Branch Davidians that's about to come into play is that the group really liked their guns, which, again, for the record, don't really have a problem with. And David was known for having several people in the community over to shoot a bunch of the cool weapons that he had amassed. In the investigation and trials that followed, there would be a lot of misinformation thrown around about the nature of these firearms. And
probably because it's the same in Germany. Probably like, I'm moving to Texas.
Specifically something known as the mag bag. The mag bag was the name of a business that was ran by one of the people within the Branch Davidians. For those that don't know, there's this thing you can do as an individual or a gun store called an FFL. An FFL, or Federal Firearms License, is essentially the license you get if you want to start making or selling guns. This is what every gun store does in order to legally sell guns and perform background checks, and it's also what individuals do who have a large collection and want to sell part of it and do the following background checks. Paul Feda had his FFL and used it as a revenue source where he would travel to local gun shows and sell guns, which the money would then go back to the Branch Davidians. This was all done extremely above the board. They had their official license, they would manufacture and register all of the guns legally.
Kinda sad he ain't come over to this stream. I told him I was gonna give him the right answer on the 1 year mark, but
And then whenever they would sell part of their collection, which is something that people who collect firearms often do, the FFL allowed them to keep background checks and records of all the guns sold, and they kept files and everything was above board. A lot of the language that was used to demonize the coat would later paint this mag bag as some kind of front. They would say, oh, well, there was supposed to be a gun store and that's how they got weapons delivered to their address. But there was a gun store and that's how they got weapons delivered to their address.
All gun dealers stockpile weapons. All gun shops stockpile weapons. We call those stockpiles an inventory.
How can one use firearms as an investment?
The guns that he was buying would go up in value, no question.
Okay. And do you know other people who do that?
Yes, sir.
It's not uncommon by itself, is it?
It was a hobby for the men to build rifles and then register them and then sell them at gun shows, and again, all legal. However, this came into question when in February of 1992, a UPS worker was delivering a package to the mag bag, or in other words, Paul's FFL, when according to him, a box fell open and he saw inside several training grenades as well as black powder, among other various gun pieces. Now, this is not something out of the ordinary. If you've ever been to a gun show, dummy grenades are a very popular sell because, you know, it's a little toy grenade and people think they're neat. And the Branch Davidians would load their own ammunition, which is where the black powder came from, and the assortment of other gun stuff that they were stocking up on. However, when this UPS driver reported to the local sheriff's department that there was suspicious items in the package he was delivering, that message got passed on to the ATF. The ATF, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, are the bureau that regulates anything to do with alcohol, tobacco, firearms, or explosives. If it sounds weird to group tobacco and explosives together in the same group, that's because the ATF essentially works as an extension of the IRS. See, if someone was to manufacture or purchase a fully automatic firearm or machine gun, then that would be illegal not because they're impossible to have, but because you have to pay your taxes for it.
Machine gun fire in itself is not evidence of illegal activity. It is legal to own a machine gun if the owner pays a $200 tax on the gun. But there was no evidence the Branch Davidians owned any machine gun at all. So, bottom line, the raid on February 28, 1993 was launched because the ATF merely suspected that the Branch Davidians might have a machine gun that they had failed to pay a $200 tax on.
Not only is the process very time-consuming and thorough on the individual purchasing it, but the weapons themselves are very cost-prohibitive, and that's a whole other discussion. So when the ATF heard that the Davidians were being delivered what was for them a normal restock of supplies, instead they heard dummy grenade, black powder, that can make an untaxed explosive, and they immediately began an investigation. On June the 9th, they began looking into the history of the Branch Davidians. And eventually on July the 30th of 1992, they sent 2 agents to a local gun shop to inquire about the Branch Davidians. The local gun shop said that they knew the Davidians for years and that they were always very above the board, and they even traded weapons back and forth on occasion. The ATF, not trusting their word, called the local sheriff, and the local sheriff got in contact with Koresh. Through this 3-way conversation, the sheriff and Koresh openly invited the ATF to come over, Koresh even saying that they're welcome to go through all their paperwork and weapons if they want to. The ATF, for some reason, denied this offer, which seems bizarre. I mean, even if you think they'll be hiding something, you would at least want to go check out the operation, especially if the sheriff's going with you. But instead, the ATF left and said there wasn't any headway made. Shortly after this, the ATF began renting a house across the road from Mount Carmel, under the guise that they were a group of college students who were just renting the house for the semester. What's funny is even on the most, pro-government websites that give this account of events, they all list that the ATF's cover was awful. They're supposed to be college students, right? But they're all driving these brand new matching vehicles. None of them ever go off to school. None of them ever are enrolled or do anything in the local community. Not to mention they're all 30-year-old dudes. One of these ATF agents, Robert Rodriguez, posed as an undercover agent and joined the Davidians. And by joined, I mean he would walk across the street, and listen to a couple of their sermons and then come back. It turns out early on, David figured out that Robert Rodriguez was undercover, but didn't say anything and just let him be a part of what they were doing. Again, David had already invited the ATF in before, so it's not like he was scared that they were going to see something. Rodriguez eventually filed his findings within Mount Carmel, and they were something else. Rodriguez said that he had found lower receiver parts, as well as aluminum blocks and fake grenades. Which, as already established, duh. To explain the absurdity of the legality, and for YouTube this is airsoft, I guess, I don't know. This is an AR-15 modeled to look like an M16, very similar to the same semi-automatic rifles that David and the Davidians would have had around this time. Within the realm of legality, the part of the weapon that is legally the gun itself is the receiver. On an AR-15 like this lower piece is the receiver, and this is just a hunk of metal. The reason being there has to be one piece that is serialized and transported to the individual, so the block that holds the trigger is often considered the receiver part. On the AR-15 specifically, any mil-spec AR-15 shares the same part dimensions. So you can take any receiver that you have and then combine it with the other pieces of a barrel or whatever other assembly you're working with and create your own rifle from there. It's kind of like Legos. For those that are familiar with firearms, it's very common for someone to buy a receiver and then build out the rest of the gun however they want it, because the receiver is the only part that matters. And it was very common, as proven by records, for the Davidians to order a bunch of receivers and then build out the rifles and then sell them again legally at gun shows. The ATF looked at this report that said there are receivers laying around and said, but what if this time, for the first time, they decide to use those receivers for something nefarious? Because if you were going to illegally convert your weapon to be fully automatic, you would have to damage and alter the receiver itself. And even though they had a long history of never doing that, the ATF decided that this time it means they're making illegal weapons. That would be like if I walked into your house and then saw steak knives on your kitchen counter and immediately assumed that you were going to stab me to death, because that's apparently the only function of a steak knife. If it sounds weird for me to show examples and to go into that amount of detail regarding the legality, just know that this was the justification for the ATF's later actions.
In a word, what the search warrant found was gun parts. It was the duty of the ATF to show that those gun parts were owned with an intent to create illegal weapons. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, but my reading of the warrant does not convince me that that intent was there.
Also, listening to the rest of Rodriguez's report was painful.
The affidavit describes how an undercover agent had observed the upper and lower receivers of disassembled AK-47s. The AK-47 has a one-piece receiver. There are no separate upper and lower receivers on an AK-47. Obviously, Agent Aguilera didn't have a clue, and Magistrate Green failed to notice.
They listed that as their justification for a search warrant, along with a noise complaint from a neighbor. A few months before this, a neighbor had reported to the local sheriff's department that he had heard what sounded like full auto fire coming from Mount Carmel. What the ATF did not mention in their request for a search warrant is that this was already followed up on by the local sheriff, who investigated and saw it was just the guys firing a trigger really fast. But the ATF left it in, implying that the Davidians had unregistered machine guns. The ATF received their search warrant that must be carried out by February the 28th of 1993. The behavior of the ATF during this time is very odd. They began to amass reports from local journalists of the Branch Davidians abusing children, and used that as part of the reason that they should search the property for illegal firearms.
My investigations convinced me that David Koresh was guilty of statutory rape. But I don't understand why 2/3 of the search warrant is about child abuse and statutory rape when the ATF has no jurisdiction over those offenses.
Furthermore, whenever David Koresh bought the property, he reported to the local sheriff's department that he had found a meth lab that someone had set up on the outskirts of the property. So the sheriff's department came, picked up the meth lab, and there was no issues. However, the ATF cited this as evidence that they might be making meth. So why would the ATF, a bureau that's dedicated to the registry and tax filing of things like tobacco and firearms, be investigating reports that have been disproven by CPS of child abuse, along with things like meth making, which is, for one, a DEA problem, and two, no evidence of, if anything, evidence against, since David called the police to get rid of it. As a matter of fact, why any of this, right? Because it's not uncommon for an FFL to order gun parts and then build and legally sell weapons. So why all of a sudden decide that it's a big deal and then act so coy about it, refusing to step foot on the property unless it's an undercover agent? Well, as many have since pointed out, the reason is publicity. And the reason the ATF would want good publicity at this time is because of a little incident known as Ruby Ridge. To give a very brief overview of a topic that deserves its own video, in August of 1992, the ATF was doing an investigation into a man named Randy Weaver who supposedly created 2 short-barreled shotguns. Once again, for those that don't know, rifles and shotguns have to be a certain legal barrel length, shotguns 18 inches and rifles 16 inches, so if this rifle were to say have a barrel that was down here, that would be a felony. Similar to the machine guns I explained earlier, it's only a felony if you don't pay the tax. After the ATF determined that Randy Weaver had sawn the barrels off of 2 shotguns, he was given a court date to which he missed, most likely because the date was rescheduled, and Randy, who lived off the grid, wasn't exactly one to check his mailbox. One night, again in August of 1992, U.S. Marshals came to Randy's property, a property known as Ruby Ridge, in order to arrest him. Upon arriving there, the dog began to bark at them, to which the marshals shot, insert shooting dog joke here, and Randy's son, Sammy Weaver, who was following his dog outside, just saw a random guy in the woods shoot his dog, so naturally, Sammy shoots back. A gunfight ensued and Sammy was killed along with an agent. This resulted in a 2-week standoff where negotiators were given false information about what even happened, thinking that the people inside of the cabin just fired on federal agents, when in actuality the agents shot first and didn't identify themselves, and culminated when a sniper named Lon Horiuchi began to fire at Randy as he walked out to his shed in order to get the body of his son. Lon continued to fire shots at Randy as he ran to his house, with one of the shots going through the door and hitting Randy's wife, Vicky Weaver, as she held their child. Randy, now fearing for the life of his other children, not expecting the FBI to just start shooting at them, surrendered himself along with his 2 children in fear that they'll keep shooting. So in the end, the FBI and the ATF had killed a mother and son over 2 short shotgun barrels. It cannot be overstated how hated the ATF was at this point in time. Movements and protests began calling for the ATF to be destroyed. And in the midst of all of this, they hear the story of a supposed group of child abusers who are manufacturing illegal weapons. And they view this as their ticket back to the top. Now, I understand everything that I just said is opinionated and subjective. However, the majority of people who are close to the case agree with that opinion, and that explains why everything they do has to make that narrative fit. That's why they go to local newspapers and get stories of child abuse. That's why they use disproven information like the noise complaint to justify there being illegal weapons on the property. That's why they say they're making meth, because it
for you title
further vilifies this evil cult. And I want to clarify, I'm not saying all of this to imply that anyone who works in government or any 3-letter organization is inherently evil. All of my friends and everyone that I've talked to within those organizations universally agree that Waco was a horrific tragedy. As with all of my videos, this isn't some push to make you upset. This is a look at an event that happened in the past so that we can more properly prevent things like this, or at least understand them as they happen in the future. And I'm not implying that everyone on the government side in this tragedy is some diabolical ghoul or that the Davidians were patron saints, and I still hold fast that David Koresh was a wicked man who led people astray, regardless if he believed he was doing the right thing or not, and that several leaders on the opposing side were performing wicked actions regardless if they believed.
This is me, dude. This is me, dude. What's wrong?
If they were doing the right thing or not. And on both sides, we see what happens when an individual has just enough of a twisted will and just enough people willing to follow orders. In the ATF's request for a search warrant, they said the reason that they have to raid Mount Carmel directly is because David Koresh never comes out of the compound. I can only say that this is willing ignorance. Not only did they have people across the street watching the compound every day, but they also had an inside man who would have plainly seen that David Koresh performed with his band several nights a week and went out to eat and work several days a week. This decision would be heavily scrutinized later, as instead of arresting a potentially dangerous individual when he was out on his own, they were now bringing that danger to a facility that they knew had several civilians and children. The day before the raid was scheduled to take place on February the 27th, the Waco Tribune-Herald ran a report called The Sinful Messiah. This openly accused David of several of the things the ATF had mentioned in private, like the multiple accusations of child abuse, which again I'm not claiming him to be innocent of, but it seems the ATF did not approve of this move because, you know, the day before you raid someone, probably not a good idea to put him on edge. The ATF would also later claim that the reason they performed the raid on February 28th is because they had to move their timescale up because of this report being published. However, that is not true because, as mentioned...
What do you mean? My skin? Yeah, I made it today. It's me. Lol.
Earlier, February 28th was the deadline for the raid itself. And plus, in the days before February the 28th, the ATF had set up a mock course of the Mount Carmel compound at a local military facility and had been running routes training the course of the building itself, so they knew what they were doing. It's interesting to note how on paper this is just a search warrant, as in someone comes to the door, serves a warrant, and then does a search. However, it seems the training that the ATF had, as well as the way they pulled up to the scene, implies that they were never planning to carry out a peaceful search in the first place, and instead were treating it much more like a military operation. A problem that could have been solved with a couple of agents just carrying out a normal search warrant or following up on Koresh's offer months ago was now being treated like an armed assault against foreign invaders. With the agency backed into a corner and their reputation at stake, it seems they were determined to fix the problem that they had created. And when your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. The raid began on the morning of February the 28th, 1993. A local reporter had been tipped off that the raid was about to take place, so while driving towards the area, he pulled over and asked a postman if he knew how to get to the Branch Davidian compound because a big ATF raid was about to go down. Unbeknownst to that reporter, the postman that he just asked was David Koresh's brother-in-law, another Branch Davidian. So Koresh's brother-in-law hops in his car, speeds to the compound, and warns everyone that a raid's about to happen. According to whatever the reporter said, it was going to be loud and violent, and everyone in Mount Carmel started to panic. Koresh ran to Agent Rodriguez, who, if you'll remember, is supposed to be undercover at this time, but David figured him out, and begins to beg Rodriguez to call the ATF and to call off the raid. Rodriguez plays dumb and slips out the front door. He says that as he was leaving, everyone began to pray. Also, to get across how ready the ATF was for a fight, not only did they roll up dozens of agents in full kit, but they also wrote their blood type on their wrist and neck in case they were shot and needed a quick transfusion. At this time, there were about 115 people within Mount Carmel. The women and children began to hide in their rooms while several of the men took up arms. Koresh and the others assumed that the ATF was going to come loud and was looking to make an example. It's here that we start to get into discrepancies, and normally I would tell the whole story in a straight run through of the official report and then go back and talk about the theories surrounding it, but this event is so long I'm just going to hit the discrepancies as we get to them. Beginning with the question of who shot first. At about 9:45, the agents roll up in covered trailers and begin to surround the front door of the premises. Koresh comes outside with his arms up and tells them to stop because there's women and kids in there. While everyone is yelling back and forward, someone fires a shot. Now initially it was declared by all of the agents that one of the Davidians shot first. However, later reports would recant this. The two leading theories is that either one of the agents fired after seeing a Davidian holding a gun in a window, or that part of the ATF's dog kill team, who was sent forward, according to some of the reports I read, with the intention of shooting the dogs first, went forward and shot the Branch Davidians' dogs. Again, insert joke about shooting dog here. These dogs were shot by the agents, and this seems to be the most likely moment that would have happened. This caused the rest of the agents to erupt into gunfire, and the gunfight started. A big point in contention of deciding who shot first was the right door at the front of Mount Carmel. See, David was standing just outside of the door with his hands raised in the air, and in the initial gunshots he was hit in the stomach and hand. He immediately ducked back inside of the door and closed it behind him. The rest of the shooting, or at least the vast majority of it, came from the upper windows of the compound. Reports would later say that David probably got shot whenever he went up to a different floor or began to engage the officers. However, the evidence on that front door shows several bullet holes, implying that the ATF fired at David while he was standing outside for a few seconds, which would mean they would have had to be the ones to take the first shots. This front door with this supposed evidence totally disappeared. Even after everything that went down, the left door was retained in evidence and in fine condition. The right door disappeared off the face of the earth, and according to one agent who later testified against his initial report, he said that he saw a group of investigators after the whole standoff was over, loading it into the back of a U-Haul. In the following congressional hearings, the door was never recovered. Crazy how evidence like a door can just fly away. Wayne Martin, one of the Davidians, called the local police and asked them to get on the phone with agents and to stop shooting, continuing to exclaim that they were shot at first and now the women and kids are in danger.
Yeah, there's 75 men around our building and they're shooting at us in Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel? Yeah, tell them there's children and women in here to call it off. I hear gunfire. Who is it? Wayne. Tell me what's happening, Wayne. We got women and children in danger. Wayne. I'm under fire. I'm gonna call it out. What? I'm gonna pull back. I have a right to defend myself. They started firing first.
During this initial gunfight, the first agent was shot whenever he tried to make his way around to the back of the compound and was hit by a shooter in a top window, and helicopters began low-flying back and forward supposedly to draw attention away from the men on the ground. However, according to many of the survivors, these helicopters were shooting at them. Just as they had trained, the officers began putting up ladders on the front of the building in order to make their entry into the top floors of the compound, where they expected the majority of the weapons would be, according to Rodriguez's report. While gathering outside of the window, the three initial agents who crowded around it began to be shot at, before they throw a stun into the room and make their entry. During this entry, you can see where bullet holes are flying out of the wall, being shot from inside, and this results in another agent being hit and then falling off the roof. While not on video, according to the ATF, on entry another agent was killed, and they in turn killed a Davidian who fired at them. While searching for weapons, they were then ambushed by another Davidian, where two more agents were injured, and then that Davidian was killed. The agents then make their exit from the window. One agent hits his head and then falls down the roof, as the agents begin to take cover behind the Davidians' vehicles and return fire. This shooting continued at a high rate for 45 minutes, and only then slowed down because the agents started to run out of ammo. Even then, the gunfight itself continued, with the agents occasionally firing rounds for 2 hours. The sheriff as well as others on the scene say that the altercation only quit because they ran dry. Once they were out, the Davidians said that the ATF could come retrieve their wounded and dead, and on the ATF side, 4 agents had been killed and 16 were injured. On the Davidian side, 5 had been killed and several more injured, again including Koresh himself. The Davidians began to collect their dead and bury them in the cemetery on the property. While the men who buried their dead were walking back inside, one of them was shot and killed by the ATF. According to the ATF, this guy had decided to start firing at them, although this has never been confirmed. This makes a casualty count for the first day 6 Davidians and 4 ATF. As soon as this happened, it became a media storm. Initially, it was just this weird group in Texas who a few people knew about, who were being investigated on weapons charges by the ATF. But now it had become an open gunfight with 10 dead. So at this point, it was off to the races, with journalists and news crews from across the country showing up. The situation was then taken over by the FBI. The FBI took it over because once a federal agent is killed, it then becomes their case. Specifically, the situation was taken over by the FBI HRT, or Hostage Response Team. This was conveniently the same team who was at Ruby Ridge. In the initial hours, David began to call local news teams and began doing interviews and explaining what had happened. Of course, David maintained that they were fired upon first by the ATF. In response to this, the FBI cut the phone lines so that way David couldn't speak to anyone that they didn't want him to, and ran a phone line directly from the negotiators to him so that that was the only means of communication. However, what little David did manage to say became all the rage within the media frenzy. He talked about how they were fired upon first and how it was his right as an American to defend himself and to stand up to tyranny and blah blah blah, and many began to view the Davidians' actions as defensive violence. Over the following days, Koresh spoke to the FBI negotiators for hundreds of hours. He would talk about his family, he would talk about the Bible, he would ask about the negotiator's life.
If you die, you tell me, if you die from that wound, I want you to tell me what's going to happen.
Well, I'm not going to be around anymore, am I, to influence anybody, right?
Well, David, listen.
No, Jim, listen.
This has been painful
Jim,
for us. Come on.
Listen, Jim. There's nothing that hurts me more than being called a cult leader, all right? If I'm wrong, people like me don't deserve to live, okay?
Listen.
You understand me, Jim. If you let the people think, you know, they're all scared around here now. You know, don't burn our building down.
No, we won't do that.
Don't shoot us all up. They've got to have that time.
But David, if you die, you're leaving your people helpless.
Look, they're God's people.
But if
I'm just an instrument, okay? I show them out of a book what God teaches. It is for them to decide.
And for a while, they just existed in this stalemate with the FBI encircling the compound and the Davidians inside.
Talking about me, Lowy?
Something to happen. This is why earlier I was emphasizing the difference between a typical doomsday cult who's just anticipating the end and the Davidians who were prepared to hold out until the end. Throughout the FBI's internal logs, Jonestown was constantly brought.
God damn it. What the fuck? Are you asking me if I want those plushies? Absolutely the fuck not. I already have 100 of them. I don't need any more. Thank you, though.
Up. The negotiators and the FBI in general was not understanding the...
Got any other bullshit? I'll take that, but...
mental concept of what the Davidians were trying to say. They just assumed, oh, crazy religious cult here, do crazy religious cult thing over here. And they were waiting at any moment for the group to either drink the Kool-Aid or go out in a blaze of glory. However, after several days, nothing happened. The group, who had provisions to wait out the war with Babylon, were just sitting inside waiting for the next move. Eventually, David said that he had a message for the American people, and if they played it on the news, then he would willingly surrender. The FBI kept up their side of the bargain and played the message. However, after it was played, David said that God decided he was not yet to come out.
He gave us his word that after the message was played...
Yes, but what if there is a higher power than you and I that speaks to an individual? If there is a God in this universe, and there's the laws of man and there's the laws of God, and this God that has led him all his life says to him to wait, what do you do?
We find no incidents, those of us who've listened to the negotiation tapes and studied the transcripts, of Koresh lying. On March the 2nd, he said he was coming out and then said God told him not to. If any lies were told, it was that, and we would have to know what God said to Koresh in order to call that a lie.
Do you people believe that Koresh is actually talking to God?
Koresh believes he's talking to God.
This is again another discrepancy. One either views this as Koresh playing hooky with the FBI, or the FBI making things difficult. See, in the midst of all this, where David's explaining, why did you shoot at us, this is my vision from God, can you play this message? The FBI was doing stuff like rolling tanks up to the compound and cutting off power to the entire facility, and just generally being crude.
They were mooning the women, for instance. They would drop their pants and bend over and bare their rear end to people that were looking out the windows.
It's actually kind of funny, can't lie.
Which was, you know, not a situation that some of the women or even some of the men took too lightly.
What? Think I am no live? What did that mean? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, fuck you, bitch.
In the sense, well, do we want to send our children out to these kind of people?
Steve, every time we're aware of movement, we've told you about
controlling these guys. I mean, if you got guys out there right now pulling their pants down, men that are mature, they're sticking their butts out in the air and flipping the finger.
Give me a moment. See, the guys that gravitate toward, riding in tanks, jumping out of airplanes and stuff like that are a little different mindset than you and I.
With you.
Right?
I agree.
So when they get a chance to use a Bradley, probably half of them have never been in a Bradley before.
It reminded me of a lot of kids in there.
Whenever it's time to me to go feed your mother, I will. That cow eats a shit ton of it.
An opportunity to
let's drive this baby and see how it works.
Sure, but somebody's got to be above these guys. Well, those vehicles and what they're doing do not show what is coming out of the mouths of some of you guys.
Regardless, for one reason or another, David decided he was not going to come out. The negotiator asked if he could send out some of the children, and David said he'd be happy to send out anyone who doesn't want to be there. The ones that chose to leave were several mothers, as well as 19 children aged 5 months to 12 years old. That meant that 23 children were still inside the building. After this departure, about 98 people remained inside of Mount Carmel. The mothers were immediately separated from their children and arrested, and the children were immediately taken to be interviewed. Keep in mind, the media frenzy around this entire thing is the story of child abuse, and that the ATF and FBI are doing the heroic thing by trying to save these children from these monsters. So whenever the children were set down in question, they were asked about child abuse. Now, during the time of the standoff, it was seen as a 100% cut and dry evidence that the children said they were being abused by their parents and Koresh. However, there is no logs or records of any of this happening. As a matter of fact, according to people who were there and later testified, there was zero evidence that there was ongoing child abuse. Because the story at this point had not just escalated from Koresh being a creep to young girls into the idea that a bunch of the parents were being creeps. The story now was that as the standoff was going on, the children inside were actively being tortured, and the interrogators used leading questions to get vague answers that further justified this. David said that he wanted a video footage of himself and his followers so that the outside world could see what they were about. So on day 9, the FBI sent in a video camera and the Davidians began recording.
And bringing these tanks and stuff around here, I tell you what, being an American first, I'm the kind of guy that I'll stand in front of a tank. You can run over me, but I'll be biting one of the tracks. No one's going to hurt me or my family. That's American policy here. You could have arrested me any day as I jogged up and down this road. You could have arrested me going to town or going to Walmart. Waco was going to bear witness against the ATF. The two agents across the street over here, Robert Gonzalez, I love the guy. I was honest with him. I brought him into my home. He was going to stay here for 2 weeks. All this stuff you guys may want to avoid and deny. You know, he wanted to tour around the place. I promised him a tour. He could have talked to any of these guys around here, anybody. He was free to come and go as he chose. And I do not appreciate it, and never will I ever appreciate somebody coming here with 2 helicopters and cattle trailers and all that, and pushing people around with guns. Hey, I'll meet you at the doorstep any day, you know, and somebody will get hurt. If you want to keep playing that game, I'm talking to you. Somebody's going to get hurt, because this ain't America anymore when the ATF has that kind of power to come into anybody's home and kick doors down and things like that. You know, I do understand, someone reminded me of this, I do understand that one of the officers says his gun went off on accident. And that, you know, that was just like a signal and all that, you know. But look, beside the point, ATF, you boys are wrong. Your practices, your habits, yeah. Drug dealers, fine. You know, but even there's always a question, if there's any question whatsoever. The kids or women are involved, damn you, I tell you what, you keep your damn gun in your holster. You send a couple of big, brave, invincible kind of men, you let them knock on the door. If they're so damn involved to where they can risk their lives for the name of the law, then send them up bulletproof, put them in some kind of night armor or whatever, and let them knock on the door and ask the questions first. But no one's going to expect me, when they come busting in on my door with guns drawn and pointed in the air, and someone fires me, then I'm going to lay down and die for anybody. That just ain't going to happen in this country. You see this here? Hey, this is my family. It may not be like your family. You know, it may not be like your family. This one here, you know, he's my family too, right, Joseph?
Yeah.
Tell him, you know, look in that camera and tell him what you think about it. Who's treated you good?
David.
You know, do you mind that, son? Huh? Do you love Joseph? Your best buddies?
Yeah. Yeah.
You too, Damon? So, you know, you guys, you do it your way, I do it my way. You got to argue with me, you catch me on the side of the road somewhere, you come and argue with me. You come point guns in the direction of my wives and my kids, damn it, I'll meet you at the door any time. And I'm sorry some of you guys got shot. But, hey, God will have to sort that out, won't he?
And what brings you all the way from England, a nice, lovely home of which I've seen and been in, what brings you to America, to a place called Waco, Texas, or Waco, Texas? Anybody want to speak first?
I've always wanted to know, to understand the Bible, and I wanted to know about the 7 seals. And I met somebody who can show me the 7 seals. I asked my pastors, my ministers. I was a former Seventh-day Adventist. Nobody could show me. And now I found what I've been looking for.
The FBI chose to not follow through on their deal because they felt that the video would garner public support. At this point, with a week and a half under their belts and no development, infighting arose in the FBI. The negotiators said that they were talking to David as well as other members of the facility and that it takes time to get progress this way, and the HRT team said that that was too slow and that they need to speed it up. So the HRT began what I can only describe as psychological warfare. They started taking their tanks and just running over the Davidians' cars that were parked out front. And then through the night, they would shine spotlights at the building and play disturbing noises on loudspeakers.
Like, they would play variations of old music to the sounds of rabbits being murdered, and at one point literally dolphin noises.
Yes, right here.
Mr. Ricks, is there a consideration to use psychological warfare? Have you discussed it at all?
I don't know what psychological warfare is.
It was reported in the paper that you would play loud music, keep bright lights on the compound all night to try to agitate the entire group. Is that a possibility?
We will not discuss tactics of that sort, but I would say the chances are minimal of doing that type of activity. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I'm laughing because I'm thinking of SpongeBob when they keep doing that. Why the fuck are they playing dolphin noises? What the fuck? But, what am I going? Probably, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, it's probably gonna have to be term. Ball and hello Leslie. How are y'all doing?
Day 7 finds reporters facing a banner reading, "God help us, we want the press." Reporters respond with a statement of their own.
God help us, we are the press!
Also, as the tanks were running over the cars, they kept running over the bodies of the people who were previously buried. And they just kept, like, doing it, backing back and forth, just to, I don't know, make them sad. And even if you're a staunch believer in the idea that the government's actions were justified and Koresh needed to be stopped by any means necessary, and I'm not even disagreeing with you on the idea that Koresh needed to be stopped, however, what purpose does the whole playing dolphin noises serve? Like, if their concern is that this guy is some crazy Jim Jones type who's gonna kill everyone before he comes out of there.
I don't want my shirt off, I'm coming.
Then what does playing sounds of rabbits being murdered accomplish? All you're doing is making someone who you claim to be unstable more sleep deprived and unstable.
FBI push David or the rest of us to the limit. Did they want to create an incident? Did they want us to come out, you know, crazy and start shooting so that they'd have an excuse to gun us down? We didn't know.
We realize that you have the ability, and it's not below you people to do something like to erase all evidences. Why do you have the press so far back? You can give me any kind of crap you want. I know, you know. The reason we're not talking to the press is you people have got to cover your butts from what you did, and that's what's going on here.
At this point, they cut all power and water lines into Mount Carmel, and while the Davidians had water tanks to ensure they would have reservoir of water if they needed it, 2 of them had been damaged and drained in the initial shootout, so the entire Davidian compound was down to 1 water tank. Again, another layer of stress added on to what was supposedly a very delicate situation. Around this time, 11 people left. Several of the children didn't want to leave because, as they could see initially, the parents were immediately arrested and the children taken to their own questioning. So the kids decided to stay while again 11 adults left. At this point, the FBI began bringing in religious leaders as well as cult experts to try to better understand the psychology of the people they were negotiating with.
When I first was asked to be involved as a member of the panel, I thought the main problem was going to be understanding the psychology of the people inside the compound. But as I got into it, I quickly became aware that the psychology of the people outside the compound was
you're so funny that you told yourself
an understanding of what happened.
It was unanimously decided by everybody that was brought in that the correct approach to a group of people who think that they are about to face the end of the world and the armies of Babylon is to not be the armies of Babylon. This went on for several weeks, with people being consulted on the news and being brought to the site and saying that violence isn't going to work against a group of people who are determined to fight violence at all costs. But meanwhile, around Fort Caramel, it was just a carnival. They were selling t-shirts, and there were like ice cream vendors, and they were like playing games with each other and taking pictures. There were protesters, someone dressed up a dog in an ATF shirt, and it was just so bizarre that during this massive standoff that you could just drive up and take selfies next to a bunch of federal agents. Also at this point, the FBI had pushed the press a few miles back at a place that they could still see the compound, but they couldn't hear or see any of the actions of the agents themselves. Again, the FBI HRT, who really wanted some action and were desperate to get it, began debating on April the 10th of what if we just like snipe Koresh? Like what if he comes by a window and we just shoot him? Keep in mind these were the same people at Ruby Ridge, truly a one-size-fits-all group of guys. But then they said that they shouldn't do that because they figured as soon as we kill Koresh, they'll all probably kill themselves, which again shows the lack of understanding of care between what the agents thought of them and what the Davidians thought themselves. However, the HRT wasn't the only one getting antsy. DC was getting a lot of pressure to wrap things up.
Special live call-in show here this morning. Listeners had strong opinions on how they think this tragedy should now be handled. A majority seem to want law enforcement to end it all quickly.
Good morning, Waco 100.
I vote for go in and just take him out.
Which, when you take a step back and think about it, is so stupid. Like, you showed up, you instigated the violence, and I don't even mean the first shot. I mean, like, you drove armed people up to the front door. And then, after the gunfight, they don't do anything, and you keep poking them with more stuff, and they keep not doing anything, and they're just standing around like, if we don't end this fast, it could get out of hand. Attorney General Janet Reno told Bill Clinton, the at-the-time president, that things were rapidly escalating. No, they weren't. And that children were being abused every day that they don't do something. Clinton initially said, why can't we wait? And Reno said that would be too expensive. Because remember, kids, the only time the government cares about budget is when it's your life. When later asked about this, and after it was brought up to her that there was no evidence of children being abused during the standoff, she said that that wasn't the actual reason she wanted to finish it. She wanted to finish it because she was afraid that other militias from across the country would show up and try to take back Mount Carmel. Okay, so Reno got the go-ahead, and they decided that they were going to end the standoff one way or the other. On April the 14th, David said that he had received his final message from God. David asked if he could write down his final message of the 7 seals of Revelation, and then after that he would willingly come out as he gives over his manuscript to the media.
On April the 14th, there was a major breakthrough, and that breakthrough was David Koresh's letter to me, which I promptly gave to the FBI, that said that he'd received his mission, that he was working on writing his interpretation of the 7 seals, and that everyone inside was relieved that they didn't have to die now, that the prophecies were not being fulfilled now, and that this would be resolved.
However, this was unacceptable to the HRT, who wanted to see something happen.
FBI testified before the House hearings that the negotiations had reached an impasse. They told the Attorney General they weren't coming out, and that there was a stalling tactic, and they weren't working on the 7 seals. Their own negotiators had reached an agreement knowing that the first seal was finished, and in order to get proof of it, had sent in typewriter ribbons so that they could get that proof in their hands, and yet the very next morning, they launched the gas and tank attack.
On April the 19th of 1993, several CEVs began to encircle the compound and punch holes within the walls of the building. Earlier that morning, the FBI had called and said this is your last chance, which again had been 51 days at this point, and they watched as someone threw the phone that they were previously negotiating with out the front door. Supposedly, the FBI took this as the go-ahead. The tanks that had made these holes began pumping CS gas, a type of tear gas, into the structure. Whenever the gas began pumping into the building, the women and children made their way to a bunker located at the side of the building itself. It's believed that one of the reasons they did this was not only for shelter, but because most of the gas masks could not fit children.
And I can just see those kids barfing, vomiting, screaming, because you can't possibly have a gas mask that'll fit a little kid.
Didn't their report say that gas masks don't fit on these babies?
That's correct.
And didn't they know that?
They should have known that.
Several of the men began putting on gas masks and shooting at the tanks that had made entry into the building. During this time, someone reaches out the front door and pulls the phone back in. They also began waving a white flag outside of an upstairs window, as well as a banner that said, "We want our phones fixed." The FBI began to announce that if you want to surrender, simply step outside. However, it now seems that the reason that they wanted to get in contact with the FBI was because the bunker that the women and children were inside of had had its entrance and underground tunnels destroyed by the tanks. The FBI had also inserted a listening device into the walls of the compound, and during this time men can be heard yelling and praying and saying things like, "Wait for the tank to come to light it." It's believed that the men were perhaps making Molotovs as some means of defense against the gas attack. And then, at around noon, the building caught on fire. The fire was massive and seemed to start up all at once, engulfing the majority of the structure. It had been 6 hours since the gas attacks began, but now with the building on fire, people tried to make their way out of the windows. A total of 9 people made it out as the building was burning. These were the final survivors of the Branch Davidians. Fire trucks that were arriving at the scene were stopped by the FBI, who were halted because they, quote, didn't want the firemen to be shot at. The building burnt fast, and it burnt all the way to the ground. The bodies that were found were nearly unrecognizable. From the positions that the bodies were located, it seemed the majority of the men had died trying to free the women and children from the trapped bunker. And within the bunker, it seems that they died of a combination of suffocation and poisoning from the CS gas. When CS gas burns, it creates a sort of cyanide poisoning, and from the disfigured forms of the bodies, it seems many of them succumb to this cyanide effect. Several of them seem to have died from a gunshot wound, seemingly as a sort of mercy killing. One of the survivors, who made their way out of the building as it was burning, brought with them the beginning transcript that David Koresh had been writing, showing that, at least to our knowledge, he was following through on his word.
And then he said, the word came to him and said, write, and he wrote. This was brought out the day of the fire by one of the survivors. He was keeping his promise of April 14th. We believe they would have all come out safely.
This was pulled out of the fire, the tapes were, and then this was written up as evidence that he was working on that message on the 7 Seals.
David Koresh was found shot, supposedly by his assistant Steve Schneider, who then took his own life. Again, most likely as a form of mercy killing, given the effects of the gas and heat and suffocation. There is a take on this that is widely propagated by the Waco miniseries that came out a few years ago, and that miniseries is good for the most part. It does a good job at visualizing a lot of the standoff. However, in order to make it more of a story, they showed the agents being very remorseful and distraught at the way the situation ended. And while there was certainly some of that in the days that followed, that was not the initial reaction that happened on that day.
As soon as the Branch Davidian Star David flag had fluttered to the ground, they ran the ATF flag up on that flagpole as a symbol of a military conquest, because the whole world saw this as a symbol that the battle was over.
I was a lawyer, and I had David Koresh's grandmother with me, and I wanted to see about talking to her. And after a few minutes, another one came up to me who was obviously the guy in charge and was very surly and declined to give me any information at all. So I started to leave, and just as I left and turned my back and started walking toward my van, I heard a voice say, coming from one of those people, I don't know which one, but one of them said, I hope she has told him goodbye. That was the mentality of the people who were guarding the gates. Those were federal law enforcement authorities. And their attitude was, we are going to get revenge against David Koresh And if that means we have to eliminate all of them in there, that's just fine too. That was the attitude that they had.
Like them or not, or like what we do for a living or not, they've been law enforcement officers, some of them, longer than I've been alive. And with that comes a lot of experience. What I'm saying is, you have to trust the people in charge at the time. I'm low on the food chain, so I'm standing by what they did, because I do what I'm told as long as it's legal and moral.
My God, torturing babies and saying it's part of their job and saying it's okay because their parents were bad. Our whole society is structured around the notion that if parents are bad, we protect the children even against the parents. In this case, the FBI and the government took the position, why, not only do we not protect the children, we use it as an instrument to try to get their parents to do something. We'll torture them so their parents will do right. Oh, my God, where did they think that up?
Not only did they wave a victory banner, but they began to pose with their rifles over the bodies of dead children, as well as do things like remove the aforementioned door and other pieces of evidence from the compound. Not to mention running the massive story that the entire group had died due to one massive suicide.
Is there any doubt in your mind or the Justice Department's mind that the fire was set by the cult members?
I have absolutely no doubt at all that the cult members set it based on all the information that has been furnished to me.
That woman.
David Koresh and the Davidians set fire to themselves and committed suicide. The government did not do that.
Which leads us into the big question and conspiracy of Waco: who started the fire? So, the State Department maintains to this day, in everything that you look at, that the Davidians started the fire in order to go out in one big blaze of glory. Now, ignoring everything that I've said up until this point, and everyone who is there, and all of the experts, that this was in no way their intention, the evidence itself doesn't line up with that either. Do you remember how I said there was audio from listening devices of what the men were doing whenever the building began to burn? Well, they used phrases that were supposedly picked out, like "light it when the tank gets here," to imply that they were planning to light themselves up. However, not only is that taken out of context, and again probably about the Molotovs according to the survivors who ran out of the building, but in the trials that followed, the juries couldn't even pick out if that's what was being said, as the audio was too garbled to tell. Despite this was used as evidence to show another crazy cult offing themselves. Furthermore, if this was a cult suicide, then why do things like try to wear gas masks, and people trying to escape, and the men trying to get the women and children out of the bunker, and even going to the bunker in the first place? This is also excluding the testimony of the 9 survivors who said everyone was panicked and trying to survive. Not to mention, the FBI was saying weird stuff before it even began, implying that they knew a fire was about to take place.
At one point, the FBI asked them, do they have fire extinguishers? And Schneider sends someone to check and comes back with the report that there's only one fire extinguisher in the building. The FBI negotiator's response is, somebody ought to buy some fire insurance.
One of the big contentions in the trial that followed was the use of CS gas, as you can imagine. And several of the state-appointed experts said that CS gas is not flammable. Which, yeah, it is. For one, CS gas is not just CS. It is a powder in its natural form, and it needs some other compound to make it an aerosol spray. The agent that was used at Waco was methylene chloride, which is flammable. And CS gas is also flammable. And when you put the two together, it's still flammable. Attorneys would skirt around this and say things like, yeah, in an open flame, which whenever you're destroying an entire house with several tanks, there's a chance that something's going to spark. And the most that they would say is, well, maybe the CS gas added to the accelerant after the Davidians had begun their suicide attempt. Not only that, but the FBI maintained for years that there was no shots or pyrotechnics used at the final day of the siege. Well, for one, the thermal imagery shows that that's a lie.
That isn't. That's a face cam.
20 seconds after the 2 gymnasium flashes, still more automatic gunfire can be seen coming from the field to the left of the demolition tank.
And it turns out 6 years later that there was pyrotechnics used. As a matter of fact, the pyrotechnics had been sourced from a local military base, which is another lie the FBI said when they claimed that they received no weaponry from the military. But it turns out that 40mm grenade casings were discovered in the wreckage.
This pyrotechnic projectile is one of 2 found in the rubble of Mount Carmel. It's a 40mm military device that's fired from a handheld grenade launcher. This one was found here, near the corner of Mount Carmel where the first fire started. The other was found here, in the kitchen dining room area.
This is a civilian version. It's a 37mm launcher, which is pretty much just for shooting flares and looking neat. But it's similar in construction to the one that would have been used at Waco. You load a grenade in there, and then shut it, and then it fires a grenade towards your intended target. I don't know how to tell you this, but this is about as pyrotechnic as it gets. And whenever it came out that for 6 years, over 100 federal agents had lied, saying that to their knowledge no pyrotechnics were used, their defense was that they were shooting the water reservoir behind the building. Which, for one, no you weren't. 2, why would you do that? And 3, that's still a lie. You still shot pyrotechnics at a building full of flammable gas that's not flammable. And also, like, even if you strip all of that away, you strip the fact it was flammable, and then they shot explosives at the flames, and then blame the cult for doing it themselves. What was their plan with all of that? Right? Because, again, they're still operating under the assumption that this is some crazy doomsday cult, and the reason they didn't want to just shoot Koresh is because they're afraid everyone would freak out and off themselves. So what solution is it to run tear gas through holes that you made into the house? If this was such a crazy scenario, did you think that would make it better? Not to mention that they were knowingly gassing children and the elderly in order to make them come outside. I have never met or heard the opinion of anyone who felt like this was a good idea. Except for, random documentaries, news sites, and YouTube channels, but that's besides the point. That day, 82 people died, 23 of which were children. In the aftermath, 12 of the survivors were charged with illegally aiding and abetting the murder of a federal agent, as well as possessing and manufacturing illegal weapons. 4 were acquitted, and 8 were given charges related to using a weapon during an illegal act. As of July of 2007, all have been released. In audio tapes that made their way out to the public in the weeks following, David Koresh was heard stating that he simply asked for 2 more weeks to finish his final revelation, and then they would all leave the compound. You can judge the validity of this yourself, but after a standoff that lasted 48 days, when Koresh asked for 14 more, the FBI only allowed him 3.
Assertion to me that the media and that the government has made a kind of blanket declaration that the Branch Davidians committed, quote, mass suicide, to equate it to a Jonestown, Guyana suicide, is the most irresponsible statement that can be attributed to anything having to do with the Waco incident.
As one of them afterwards said, Livingstone Fagan, who lost a wife in the fire and his mother in the fire, he said, those of our people who died are highly honored in heaven, and so we should not worry about them. The thought was that the army of Babylon would kill them, as perhaps it ultimately did.
The way things are supposed to happen in this country is when someone's suspected of a crime, even if it's child abuse, even if it's capital murder, we give them a trial, a jury finds them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before they go to sentencing, then a jury or a judge sentences them, and an appeals court makes sure the trial was conducted with due process. And then and only then do we kill them. We don't kill them first, like happened in Waco on April the 19th.
The trials that followed were a political storm, from people who steadfastly agreed with all the actions that the FBI and ATF pursued, as well as those who called for an immediate removal of pretty much the whole government. And it seems that a lot of stuff conveniently went missing.
And kept in contact through the White House counsel. I'm sure the White House counsel advised the president.
We're missing some of your telephone logs, particularly April 17th, 18th, and 19th. And our problem is that they've all been redacted. And is there any chance that we could get those?
The thing that really concerns me is why the building was so totally destroyed
afterwards, after the fire was out. There was no firefighting whatsoever attempted. And then the crime scene, and it was a crime scene, was totally, absolutely destroyed. And I've seen this happen before.
Did you see the FBI changing the crime scene in any way?
Yes, sir. As I'd said earlier and didn't get to finish the answer, they were moving the vehicles, which destroyed valuable trajectory evidence. And in the end, it turned out didn't matter because the
But it didn't seem to be standard operating procedure. You
Hold up.
you don't consider that standard operating procedure, do you?
Certainly not in any crime scene I've ever been on, no.
Lon Haruchi, the guy who fired the shot that killed Vicky Weaver back at Ruby Ridge, was stationed with his sniper rifle on the final day of the siege. If you remember, the official story is that no shots were fired at the Davidians, however this seems to not be true. Supposedly Lon fired several shots at the compound as people were trying to escape. However, when an investigation began, it turns out that he had immediately re-barreled his rifle, meaning that no shots could be traced back to him. On top of that, all independent autopsy footage was confiscated by the FBI and seemingly disappeared during the trials that followed.
They told us that they had misplaced it. At one time they told us that I have it in my briefcase and I'll give it to you. In fact, we said that we're going to delay giving you reports until you give a tape back, and of course they said sure, we'll give you a tape back next time we come to your office. We in fact suggested we would go to Waco and collect the tape from them, and they said no, it's San Antonio office. And at a certain point along this discussion, they finally said the tape is lost. We can't give it to you.
Initially, everyone maintained a tight lip of superiority, but in the following years, as I mentioned earlier, people began to come forward with stories of pyrotechnics being used, to stories of the door disappearing, and even matters of who shot first. Regardless, to many in government, this was viewed as a win, with Clinton using this victory over a crazed cult to further justify his 1994 assault weapons ban. As is the case with most tragedies, it would go on to spark many more disasters. When Timothy McVeigh committed the Oklahoma City bombing, the largest terror attack in the United States up until 9/11, he cited Waco and Ruby Ridge as his primary reasons, even appearing outside of several of the trials following Waco, selling t-shirts and bumper stickers of individuals like Lon Horiuchi. Several of the survivors would go on to file lawsuits and tell their stories, such as David Thibodeau, whose book that he wrote about his experience became the inspiration for the miniseries Waco, as well as other stories and narrations of the events that occurred in 1993, such as the one you're listening to right now. And again, at the end, I know that it's easy to get heated on both sides of this. Why did the government do such violent actions? Why didn't David just come out? Why did both sides have to become so steadfast and stuck in their own mindset that it led to such a needless tragedy? And I don't have all of the answers for that. I wish I did. I wish I could just give you a blanket statement of this why bad thing happened here on to stage 2. But as with most of my videos, I am just the storyteller, or I'm the orator who is trying to recount this to you. Again, I think there was a lot of evil on both sides, and the only people I consider to be blameless victims are the children who were a victim of two different kinds of tyranny. It's a depressing, gut-wrenching tragedy that hopefully some of us can learn from. And as with most
Womp womp. I bet. Ugh. Is that actually in the YouTube rules you can't watch other people's videos? second. About fucking time is it, guns powder? What the fuck? I've been waiting, mine. I've been wanting one of these, mine. Lowy. Huh. Is it actually in the rules, though, that you can't, watch other people's videos? Or you just chat and shit? Watch other people's videos? Or you just chat? You actually can't, but... Hold on. Ah. Airman sweats. Why the fuck is somebody in Iron Man sweats trying to message me? Thank got shit to tell you. Got shit to talk to you about, my boy. Okay, we're watching another video. I played this one a while ago, but I want to watch it again. I don't care. Fuck. That's what I'm saying. I got nothing to say to you, dickhead. What, not saying that to you, I'm talking about the other person. What we're about to watch, I can tell you, is a video about one of, if not the most insane man ever. Like I said, we watched this on stream, but it's such a good video. I love reading.
Last Wednesday, a court in Afghanistan convicted 3 Americans of torturing Afghans in an illegal private prison. The alleged ringleader of the operation is a former Green Beret named Jonathan Edema, his nickname Jack.
Meet Jack. This is Jack in Afghanistan.
Now, that makes Florida man look like nothing.
Holding an AK-47 and riding on the back of a horse. Here he is on the night of his wedding, flanked by 2 security guards with his bride in his lap. His wedding took place at his Arabian-style house in Mexico, which was inexplicably located right next to a traditional-style Japanese home. To say that Jonathan Keith Idema, aka Jack, was a bizarre eccentric would be an understatement. Over the course of this tale, you'll come to understand exactly what I mean. But first, let's go back to Jack riding on a horse in Afghanistan. This footage was taken in the early 2000s, only a few years into the war in Afghanistan. Jack was not there as an active duty soldier. He was not a private military contractor. Instead, he was a 45-year-old ex-con that entered Afghanistan after 9/11 with the goal of collecting the $25 million reward on Osama bin Laden's head. The fact that he was a civilian did nothing to stop him from traveling to a war-torn country and making a chaotic situation even more screwy.
Zombie's got his RPG.
Back there! Tell that guy, what's he? Stop that car! No, but put your fucking hands up! I'll blow your fucking brains out!
In Afghanistan, Jack managed to trick the US government, Afghan officials, and the media into believing that he was an active-duty Special Forces operative working on behalf of the Pentagon.
Kill as many Taliban and Al-Qaeda as you can and try to take Kabul in 6 months. Well, in 62 days, Kabul was free.
I want to press how insane this situation was. Jack just rolled into a war-torn country pretending to be an active-duty Green Beret, and did it so well that NATO coalition forces helped him apprehend suspected terrorists in 3 different raids.
Hello, guys. Hello. Hello. Hands up! Nobody move! Hands up! Hands up! Now! Larry, Charlie, take the other room! Down! Down! Hands up!
Eventually, things went way too far after Jack created a fake paramilitary group called Task Force Saber 7, rented a property which he turned into a private prison, and started torturing Afghans who he suspected to be terrorists. Jack and the rest of Task Force Saber 7 were eventually arrested and charged in Afghan courts. But before I get to that, I want to get down to the essence of who Jack Idema was.
You don't understand. This man who has no military experience decided to go over in Afghanistan after 9/11 to try to find Osama bin Laden. He did it so well the US government believed him. That's to set the tone, the beginning, okay?
This was the movie that changed everything for Jack. The Green Berets, co-directed by and starring John Wayne. Now, this movie was pretty controversial when it came out, since it clashed with growing anti-war sentiments at the time by unabashedly celebrating the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War. Protests were held against the movie. The late film critic Roger Ebert called it offensive propaganda, and watching it made a 12-year-old Jack Idema decide to become a Green Beret. Jack enlisted in the Army on February 25th.
You'll see what happens. I don't want to spoil anything because this is literally the most insane story I think I've ever heard of.
1975, when he was 18 years old. Although he achieved his dream of becoming a Green Beret, his military career was turbulent and short-lived. During Phase 1 of his Special Forces qualification course, he was caught stealing. His commanding officer wrote that he had an irrational tendency towards violence after he attacked another officer. In an evaluation report, a captain described him as, quote, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, immature enlisted man that I have ever known. Jack's stint in the Army lasted 3 years, and in the end, he was honorably discharged and banned from ever re-enlisting. Although Jack would later claim that he had 12 years experience in the Special Forces, 22 years in combat training, and 18 years in covert military special operations, in reality, he never saw any combat. Following his time in the Army, he joined the reserves for 3 years, and then the individual ready reserves for another 3 years after that. So the next 17 years of Jack Idema's life can be summed up as being chock full of petty crime, failing businesses, and tough guy antics. Jack was arrested a lot of times during the 80s and 90s for things ranging from discharging a firearm into a dwelling to being a fugitive from justice. Surprisingly, he managed to escape being convicted for all of these charges, except for his arrest in 1994, which I'll get to later. To understand Jack Idema, you have to understand the subculture and readership of Soldier of Fortune magazine. Soldier of Fortune magazine billed itself as the journal for professional adventurers. It covered stuff like paramilitary operations, guns, wars, and spies. Its readership was mostly made up of ex-military types and military fetishists with a desire for excitement, adventure, and action. Flipping through the pages of Soldier of Fortune magazine gives you a better sense of why Rambo wannabes loved it so much. Underwater knife fighting techniques. Another example is a multi-part series on urban street survival. Much like most of the Soldier of Fortune readership, Jack Idema was a man who didn't get his chance to fight in a war, even though he desperately wanted to. So he decided to use his short stint in the Special Forces as a selling point to establish businesses which relied on people believing that he was the ultimate badass. He opened a counterterrorism training school called Counter Academy, which attracted a clientele of military personnel, police officers, and weekend warriors looking for excitement. In a news segment covering Counter Group, Jack demonstrates the type of training the school gave.
Fire! Recover! Re-verify your sights! Holster! Without target discrimination training, we will have little or no hope of identifying the hostage and the terrorists. In this drill, circle, diamond, square, you will pick out the correct target.
Around this time, Jack also started a mail-order business selling paintball equipment and non-lethal military gear. He's still respected to this day by paintball enthusiasts who regard him as a pioneer in the sport who sold high-quality equipment. He also organized Special Forces expos which attracted the Soldier of Fortune crowd and acted as a venue for him to sell his gear. In 1991, he met a subcontractor who offered him a job training police officers in Lithuania. After spending some time in Lithuania, Jack contacted the Pentagon and the FBI claiming to have unraveled an underworld plot. The Russian mafia, Jack said, was smuggling portable nuclear weapons in backpacks out of the country. When the FBI asked Jack for his sources, he refused to reveal them out of fear that the FBI was compromised by KGB agents. When Jack returned to the United States in 1992, his business, Idema Combat Systems, was floundering. In an effort to save his business, he set up a shell company to purchase supplies which he did not pay for. In 1994, he was arrested along with his girlfriend, Patricia Dawn Glosson, for defrauding 60 companies out of $250,000. In court, Jack legally represented himself. He argued that he was the victim of an FBI plot and claimed that the agency carried a vendetta against him because he did not reveal his sources for the information he provided to them concerning the backpack nuke smuggling operation. The judge presiding over his case said he thought that insanity might be Jack's best defense. On April 11, 1995, Jack was sentenced to 4 years in prison and fined $250,000. After being sentenced, Jack screamed that he was innocent and that he would sue the FBI. While working on this video, I reached out to everyone who knew Jack in real life to ask them about him. And that's how I found Ron Barber. Ron was in prison at the same time as Jack. And he was inside for, well, I'll let Ron tell you why.
My name is Ronald Gene Barber. I was a member of the Army Intelligence working for NSA. In early 1994, I was charged with the attempted assassination of former President Bill Clinton. I was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, plus 3 years probation.
Ron told me that he was hosting a party and that he was secretly recorded while he was drunk saying,
I was going to shoot Bill. Yeah, I was going to get him when he was jogging, and then I was going to hot-foot it over to the White House, leap the fence and run in, and grab her and stomp her to death.
Found guilty of making threats
Why is that man laughing? Us don't put him down.
Against the president. He was sent to a prison where he met Jack Idema. So you told me before, the last time that we talked, that you and like a group of people that he kind of put together in prison, you guys were all filing lawsuits, and I think you mentioned that one of them was like an attorney.
Some of the guys there that were on this legal team of Idemas really were lawyers. In fact, one of them was a former senator from New Jersey, state senator, not a U.S. senator. Idema, he had a good legal mind. He was suing everybody that I guess he ever met in his life. Idema was just to be spiteful and be vengeful. He would, they put him on, maybe send him to the mess hall, put him on pots and pans, and he would sue the guard that gave him the detail. He made himself very unpopular with the prison administration and the guards, but very popular with the inmates. And he always wanted to do that. He always wanted to stand out in the crowd and be noticed and be a hero, so to speak.
And Ron's right. Jack's life's mission was to be seen as a heroic, larger-than-life badass. Which is why, between filing numerous frivolous lawsuits and appeals from his prison cell, he was also occupied with trying to adapt his life story into a feature film. Jack wanted to find someone who could tell his story the way he wanted it to be told. In other words, the story he wanted to be told was like fanfiction of himself. In his version of events, he possessed a storied history full of top-secret operations, which were so hush-hush that they were scrubbed from his military record. According to him, he was, quote, one of the only 24 elite super-secret Hwarang Do warriors clandestinely trained at Fort Bragg. He said he had top grades in every subject and was on his way